Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you a Sunday live stream. This one is a little bit more structured, so to say, versus the other live streams where it's sort of all over the place. So, again, going by the title, what we're going to go directly over is you got this one immigrant Jamaican woman deciding that she wanted to inform Black Americans of something. And I specifically had to add this to the first part of the live stream due to the fact that I forgot in the original video that I actually posted today to add the snippet in there, but I did remember to do the captions so that, at least people are able to read that while watching the video, right? And the next video after that, of course, is dealing with Michelle Obama and somebody else saying something completely egregious and nonsensical that makes no sense. On top of the fact of, last but not least, women don't want male children, and we may have some more things directly after those topics as well. So again, a little bit more structured, So we're going to try this at a bit of a different place. Shout out to Mahoko. What is up, Sham? And what is up, Bushido? Also, Sham, due to the fact of going over um, one of the videos and the conversations, information is going to be placed specifically about this woman here. And I'm also going to list some other comments that people wanted to leave on this video as well, wanting to say a variety of things directly to me and not specifically really addressing specifically what this woman said. So let's go.
And Black American people, can y'all please stop talking about what the white man is doing to hold y'all down? I got friends who couldn't afford tissue growing up, so they used to go in the bush and use a leaf to wipe their doo-doo. Where are they from? Country, Jamaica. And all of them just bought their girl Benzes this year. Wait, I don't know if all of them was wiping their doo-doo with leaf, but all of them came from nothing and all of them got their girls' Benzes this year. And it's not about the Benz or the bags. The point is, life in other countries is harder than it is in America. Immigrants come here and have it harder than you as an American, and they still make it happen. They buy more land than you, and they don't even go here. They're not from here. And you still talk about what got taken from you during slavery? I know Grabaleaf owns a jet. A man that is not from your country owns a jet in your country, and you talking about what the white man did to you still if you don't. And girls, I hate when you say I had to become a stripper, I had to sell pum pum because life was hard. I'm a Jamaican woman. I chose to stand up in the hot sun and sell water to get capital to start my business because I can go back home and see what real hard life is. So I'm grateful for every opportunity I have in this country. And many of us successful immigrants, we didn't have food stamp Section 8, none of that. And we got more than you in your country. So stop talking about what the white man is doing to hold you down. You're holding yourself down with your mindset. You're unstoppable, king and queen. They can't hold you down.
I need to understand. Somebody just help me out real quick. First of all, as I said directly in the video that I posted to you guys today, why is it that she just sounds like a fake Nicki Minaj? I'm just a little bit confused. Like that's the like it would have been great if she would have came through with her Jamaican accent and would have been just talking that way. But again, you're looking at a fabrication. You're looking at somebody who is copying Black American women. This is not looking Jamaican to me at all. I'm just like I said, it's crazy. The other thing as well too is that she stated that she started from the bottom, right? And then she came to America and now she's here, basically meaning she's on the top. My thing is, if you have such, greatness, such moxie within yourself, why couldn't you start from the bottom and be great directly over there in Jamaica? Why is it that every single time I see any of these videos and these immigrants want to speak directly on Black Americans, they're always talking about how they're able to be so great and how it is that they're able to make it here, but yet you can't, as a Jamaican, make it back home. That's a little bit confusing to me, right? So let's just go over a few things because I had some people that wanted to leave some comments. Right. One person, Dreadnought, who always pops up every now and again. I'm guessing he's Jamaican and he got offended. He decided to say that Seji hater, You soft, effeminate sounding clown. You control absolutely nothing. You think you can tell other people what they can and cannot talk about. Get out of here, clown. You sound like a woman. Another person underneath might not be able to see that. Let me see if I can kind of make that a little bit smaller. There we go. Actually, let me go to my side here. That person underneath, what is it? Members only, obviously showing their age, decided to say, from a fellow Jamaican human. Didn't want to sit up there and specify the sex of the individual, right? They said, please forgive this woman. Treat her with compassion and well wishes as a doctor to a patient or a parent to a child. And said, by the way, your argument, host, me, SEIJIHITO, is not void of some truths, but it is all over the place, angry and without guidance. I'm eager for some grown folks among us to move this conversation forward in a useful, fruitful way. This back and forth bashing is really dumb and reserved for the most ignorant on both sides. While so I'm ignorant, I'm dumb, and I'm not an adult because I decided to, state a variety of things directly from the heart in this conversation. Woo! I need Jamaicans. Y'all need to shut up. I'm just gonna be real. I get tired of y'all always want to say some y'all want to be slick. If you want to be disrespectful, if you want to say something towards somebody, just blatantly say it. I'll sit up there and say what it is that I feel. Like I said, that's the difference between me and you. I will honestly sit up there and say it, and I'm not going to sit up there and feel bad directly about it. It is directly what it is. If I'm going to defend my people, I'm going to defend my people tooth and nail. I don't care how you think it sounds. I don't care if you get as offended as you want to sit up there and take it up with God. Take it up with your people that decided to come directly at Black Americans sideways in a certain type of way. It's crazy to me that you want me to sit up there and show some type of grace and respect to this woman for the most disrespectful and the craziest things that she wants to sit up there and say, and the ridiculous comparisons that she wants to sit up there and make. But then at the same time, you want to come disrespectful towards me. Where we do that at? And you wonder why it is that I stay directly on your asses. You wonder why it is that I say the things that I say. It's because y'all do dumbass shit like this. This is clear cut why. This is a great example right here. You could have just kept it as a simple thing as like, hey, show grace to this woman, and some of the things that you said, Seji, I disagree. You could have just did that. Nope. No. You wanted to take some shots while you make your exit. That's some crazy work. And to Dreadnought, dog, realistically, I don't even know who it is that you are. I'm not even sure why it is that you keep popping up directly on this channel. And just like the Africans, you guys only pop up on videos when you specifically feel that it's about you, directed towards you, or speaking directly on your people. And it's odd to me that you don't want to directly address what it is that I was addressing in the video. You didn't even want to try to break that down. So this is what I'm going to sit up there and break down directly in front of us all. And anybody can sit up there and look up the information that I'm about to directly go over, because I'm tired of you Jamaicans coming directly here and talking about Black Americans and how it is that you're better than thou and you can do all of this and do all of that, but you can't do this back home, right? So let's look at this. It says, while the crown while technically vested in the crown, now interpreted as the state of Jamaica under the 1956 Beach Control Act, most beaches in Jamaica are not directly owned by individual citizens, and access to them is severely restricted by private developments. Less than 1% of coastlines is readily accessible to the public, with many beaches walled off by inclusive resorts. So Jamaicans, while this Jamaican female was up here, running her mouth talking about how it is that she can Jamaicans, we own jets over here, we buying cars, we buying houses, we own more land than you. How many Jamaican farms do we have in the United States? Somebody research that for me. How many Jamaican farms historically do we have in these United States? Because I don't remember anybody yet. It's like, yo, you see these green beans and these collard greens and these ham hocks? Yeah, that came from a Jamaican farm based in the United States. It's like, yeah, we got like 40 of them out. Nah, where they do that at? Y'all can't even buy land back home. You can't even really visit your own. And again, Google this if you want to. Because I don't want people to sit up and think that I'm fabricating. I'm just trying to throw a slight or whatnot or whatever, just making up stuff about Jamaicans. Y'all don't even have your own beachfront. You're there. You've always been there. and you got all these other groups vying for stealing and owning your property, you can't even go to where it is that you look out to every single day. You got to be on the street to look at the ocean. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is the high horse that you want to stand up on. You're so great that you can only show your greatness and buy up land and do all of these things in the United States, but you can never do the same things back in Jamaica. Huh? Matter of fact, let me just take it a little bit further, right? Let's go to the next slide that we got directly up here. Let me put this directly in the front. Which one is this? This is going over the average income. Let me zoom. Let me just put this side by side for me. All right. What we got? Oh, actually, hold on. Maybe I might have actually did it a little bit reversed. Hold on. Let me just make sure. Yeah, okay. That's the house prices, USD, average monthly value. Okay, yeah. So we actually did have the right one, right? Okay, so just making sure, giving people the right information, right? So now we're going to go directly to the next one, which is house prices directly in Jamaica. Also want to give a shout out to Sham because she ended up showing me a video where it went over a lot of information. I'm like, you know what? Let me add this, directly to the next live stream, which ended up being today, right? So let's go directly over these house prices, right? So they said house prices in Jamaica vary widely from around JMD 3 million or approximately 20K USD for a small studio to JMD 22 through 50 million, or in USD that's 130K through 320K for a 2 to 3 bedroom home with luxury or large properties reaching much higher, influenced heavily by location, Kingston tourist areas, and fishing, but local market realities mean even basic homes can be expensive for locals. So Jamaicans, how are you actually affording the houses? It seems as though that the market that is specifically there in Jamaica is not actually meant for you, but it's meant for other people that can afford it. Like that, the Jamaican woman that was, first speaking, right? She ended up creating a business that, made a feminine hygiene product and, it sold a lot. I'm not sure if they said it sold a lot in USD or if it sold a lot in Jamaican dollars. I'm not sure. Frankly, I don't even care. The main point that I'm bringing that up for is that she has the money, USD, to go to Jamaica and actually have one of these homes and live comfortably. At no point in time in her video did she decide to state, out of all of the things that she wanted to gloat about, was she gloating about going back and helping out her people, buying up land for her people, buying up beaches for her people, buying up homes for her people, buying up cars for her people. She could easily sit up there and do that because I seen videos and pictures of her on a private jet. I see her, going to and from. She on yachts, doing trips and all of this other type of stuff. But yet, the same proud Jamaican woman who wants to talk about Black Americans and Black American women especially, I don't see her actually helping out her people visibly. And miss me with the whole thing where people say like, oh, well, people do things, behind this. I ain't trying to hear none of that. If you want to specifically talk about Black Americans and what it is that we're not doing, I need you to sit up there and show us 100% everything that you're doing. If you can't do that, you need to shut up. It's that simple. It's that simple. You can't even sit up there and afford the homes that you have on your own land. That's wild, brother. That's wild. So let's go to the average of what the Jamaican income is, right? So they said that the average income in Jamaica varies by sources, but generally falls in the range of JMD 150 to 20K, 200K monthly, right? Or in USD, roughly 975 through 1300 USD. Ooh. Sweet mother of Christ. So let me just continue before I say, with some estimates showing average annual gross salaries around 2.4 million JMD, or about 2,500 USD, while GDP per capita, a measure of national income, was around 5,730 USD in 2022, reflecting different ways to measure income, with high earners in tech, management, and making significantly more than the minimum wage. So if we technically swap directly back, right? So you get two on just on average within the average range 150 to 200 JMD, right? We swap back. Woo. Uh um that's not looking too good. That's that it's not that's not looking too good. Again, it seems as though that Jamaicans are being priced out of their own land. It seems as though, again, this was not the system that you have was not specifically built to suit you, even though you are the ones that are in power, even though you are the ones that are in government, even though you are the ones that you are on 90% or whatnot or whatever of the population. Yeah, that's wild. That's diabolical to me. But yet you got the nerve to sit up there and speak on Black Americans, and you want to try to say what it is that we're not doing and how it is that we could be doing better, and then you want us to do a comparison, and you wanted to speak on, well, I as a Jamaican, I used to sit up there and see people, in the bushes, doing this and that, because people didn't have, toilets, and we didn't have toiletries and all this other type of stuff, and yada yada. Huh? So why don't you hold on? So just so that we're clear, because I'm responding back to this one here. Why don't you, as a Jamaican and the many others that have made it in the United States, go back and actually facilitate waste management for those out there in Jamaica? Why don't you get people out of the shanties that they're living in and build actual, like, affordable homes for the groups directly out there, so that nobody is pretty much living on the streets? Why don't you build up Jamaica instead of running away? This is why I keep trying to tell a lot of Jamaicans, I don't care how mad y'all sit up there and get. I don't care how y'all disapprove. I don't care about your feelings directly about this, because realistically, the facts don't lie, and the facts don't care about your feelings. The fact of the matter is, you are the exact same runners that the Africans are. And the craziest part is, you're closer. And because you're closer, you can easily go to and from. Right? It might be like 30 minutes, few hours or whatnot, whatever, plane trip or whatnot. Like I said, I've never gone to Jamaica, so I can't tell you what the air, time would specifically be. But I know it's not the same amount of time that it would take from getting to Africa over to the United States. So you can literally go to and from and readily more easily send money or other types of goods, and you can build up your communities directly there. You can fight back and actually get ownership of your land and all of these things with a lot of the rich Jamaicans that are here, the wealthy Jamaicans, the well-off Jamaicans. But yet that's not happening. And yet nobody can explain why. But all of these folks can sit up there and pull up to the scene and tell Black Americans how it is that they're not doing this and how it is that they're not doing that. That's crazy. That is diabolical. So for the random bot African that is directly in the comment section, right? Let me just highlight you, because this will probably be the last time that you actually get highlighted. Let me just highlight this clown real quick. This is one of the clowns that normally pulls up, and this is a great example of what I always talk about. When types like this always show up, but they never show up on the other videos. Right? So I can happen to cover some politics, right? I can happen to cover some other things, even dealing, let's say, with medicals, things of the pandemic sort, and many other, topics, a little bit of diversity, here and there. Those folks never tend to show up. They never tend to speak up or say anything about that. The craziest thing is, this person sitting up there talking about, worried about immigrants. The funniest thing is, I tried to warn Africans about allowing in Europe and the West back into Africa, into certain countries, and stopping them from giving you guys medications. Because somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, do the research for me a little bit. But last time I checked, Kenya was going to allow, I don't know who it is, either Europe or Bill Gates or America, maybe all three directly in there to release a contraceptive where I think it was stated for at least several years, let's say about 7 to 8 years, a woman didn't have to worry about getting pregnant. So again, for me as a Black American, I'm trying to send out a signal to the Africans out there, be like, yo, be very mindful and careful. Don't allow them to experiment directly on you. But you got this clown directly in here that want to pull up to the scene and talk about, oh, these channels, all they are brain rot and this, that, and the third, and all this other time. This is why you guys are in the circumstances as Africans. This is why y'all are in the circumstances that y'all are currently in. Y'all don't want to listen to nobody. You think that you know what is best for you, but you feel what is best for you is allowing white people to rule over you. Again, I showcase videos of at least two African men saying in front of everybody, and one specifically on the continent in front of white folks, sitting up there shucking and jiving like, oh, Mr. White Man, if it would be no life in Africa if it wasn't for white people. Word? You're supposed to be the cradle of civilization, but you're giving all credit that the universe and God gave to you for being the first, right? Quote unquote. You're giving all of that to white people. But I'm the problem. That's some crazy work. Like I said, y'all don't even want to check your own people. Y'all the reason that your governments are jacked up. And just like I keep highlighting directly about the Nigerians, y'all get hyped that y'all got like 1 to 2 or whatnot billionaires or some millionaires directly over there, as if that is the totality of the group, and it's not. There's fresh videos right now showing Nigerians still defecating, who are working some, low-end jobs, still defecating on the sides of roads. Open defecation. Like I said, I get tired of a lot of y'all just running up here and y'all never want to address your own people. And a lot of the times that y'all pull up to the scene and y'all want to start talking on, Black channels, y'all are here in the United States. And that's even more baffling to me. If you're at least going to talk and you want to be so proud and high and mighty and you want to gloat about your culture, at least be home while you're doing it. It don't make no sense to gloat and be over here. That's weakness. You can't even stand 10 toes down in your own land and talk from there. You're trying to do it in the United States, and the United States helped you become great. You weren't great before you came to the United States. The United States helped and enabled you to be great. And this is another thing that I've listed in the video, going back to the previous two comments that you guys are able to see. Let me get this clown from down here. Along with the previous two comments that I highlighted directly in this video, especially, what is that dude's name? Dreadnought. The one thing I specifically made sure to state directly in there was the fact that you have a lot of things going over and happening in Jamaica. And in several videos that I've done directly on this channel, I've highlighted the fact of the type of how do you say tourism. Some people know what I'm talking about. There's a certain type of adult tourism that goes on where the men are having relations with women from other places and so on and so on and so on. There's even been Jamaican women that have covered and talked about the topic. So again, this isn't just me just making up stuff and just saying whatnot or whatever about Jamaicans. These are things that are documented, that are clear cut online, and the people that are the source, the women in Jamaica, talking about their own men, talking about, like I said, y'all never want to address your own people and specifically what it is that you're doing, what it is that needs fixing, the major concerns directly there. The only time that y'all want to talk is if you could potentially put a Black American somewhere in there in a negative light. Like during a hurricane, all y'all did was sit up there and speak directly on Black Americans, didn't speak on nothing else. And the craziest part is the one main person that everybody was talking about, she was from the islands. But even those from around the islands categorized her as a Black American. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? But y'all didn't want to say nothing about that though, right? Y'all didn't want to correct that as the islanders, the Jamaicans. What y'all didn't want to correct that. Y'all didn't want to just be like, oops, that was our bad. That was actually one of our people. It happens. Y'all didn't even want to say that. Y'all just like skip directly past that. And again, y'all wonder why it is that we say as Black Americans, you wonder why it is that we have the stance of delineation and why we're making everything as separate as we're making it. And again, I just want to reference and I want to state to anybody that may be African, Jamaican, whatever you are, you guys automatically started this first. We're just making sure to make it finite and to finish it, because we're pretty much tired of the kumbaya. We're tired of all the nonsense. We're tired of turning the other cheek. We're tired of trying to show grace or help people understand, teach them the history. And no. You're old enough to go out there and read a book. Matter of fact, you're smart enough to spend hundreds of dollars on a brand new cell phone every single year from the same company, give you the exact same technology. So open up that phone, move your thumbs just a little bit, go to Google and learn about Black Americans, learn about the history there. That's all you got to do. It's crazy how I, as a Black American, have to try to teach and educate other grown adults. Other grown adults, all of these other folks that want to talk about Black Americans, they can educate themselves on rap. They can for surely do that. They can educate themselves on hip hop. Like, oh yeah, well, Jamaicans, we actually built hip hop. We have the greater majority influence. Hey, there would be no hip hop if it wasn't for Jamaicans. Matter of fact, go look at some of your greatest and your oldest and all this. Y'all come through and try to just claim every single thing. You can do all of your research, do enough research where you can feel emboldened enough to try to claim something that really you had technically nothing to do with, not even making it move. But yet, when it deals with actual important factual information, black and white, magically y'all get deaf, dumb, and stupid. Magically, you don't know how to research. You don't know how to look anything up. Magically, it doesn't matter. So now, when a lot of these things that are going on in the United States, specifically happening to a lot of y'all, are happening, now we don't care. We're not going to do any research. We're not going to pay attention to it. We're going to play just as dumb and ignorant as everybody else. And please miss me with the whole thing of like, oh, two people being blind, whatever the normal thing is, the eye for eye, it leaves everybody blind. Well, I guess we're going to be blind flying over cliffs. Like, that's what's going to be happening. Because like I said, at this point in time, people have to understand. And the only way that people understand is when everybody loses. And I keep trying to tell people that they don't really understand the sacrifices that Black Americans have had to go through and still go through in order just to survive here. I'm not even talking about trying to live. I'm not talking about trying to thrive here. I'm just talking about surviving, right? Going back to this Jamaican woman, she wanted to bring up this type of like survival stories, like, oh yeah, we were just living in the bush, we didn't have bathrooms and toiletries. At a young age, I had to sit up there and sell water. Brother, you had a lot of Black Americans here that came literally from nothing while being in the United States, but that is because of systematic oppression that takes place here. That is because of systematic attacks that have been specifically pointed towards Black Americans. Again, there's history directly about this. And it's crazy, again, for her to try to overwrite that history and be like, oh, well, what you Black Americans need to sit up there and do is stop talking about how the white man did this and how the white man did. It's not was, it still is. It's not was. It never stopped. It never ended. Like, that's crazy to me. It's crazy how whenever y'all come directly over here, magically, supposedly the history that Black Americans went through, it just instantly stopped as soon as y'all step foot. It's like it just never existed. Y'all make it seem like anything that dealt with like the era of crack, the era of any type of flood of drugs in the Black community, the breaking apart of the Black family, the crime bill dealing with Bill Clinton, the police and the government specifically targeting Black men and Black boys, the school to prison pipeline, and all these other things. Y'all make it seem like as soon as y'all show up here, none of this stuff existed. And y'all the same ones that sit up there and pull up to the scene and try to tell Black Americans, well, I grew up here. I was always in America. My parents were immigrants and we never dealt with racism. Yeah. So the Cubans can say the same thing too, if you happen to read a book. And again, this is something that I love referencing because a lot of people are just so ignorant. I have a book upstairs that I did a live stream directly on. I read some pages, snippets directly from, and it dealt with the 1 through 3 waves of Cubans that came over, right? And the first and the second wave were pretty much the lightest, and maybe had a tint of a tan, right? But they weren't as, dark, or even if they were, it was still fine, right? So going with what she said before, where she was like, "Oh, a lot of us immigrants, when we come over here, we don't get help from the government, and this, that, and the third, and all these." Do you know that the Cubans down there in Florida, when they came directly over here, they got hotel vouchers, they got housing vouchers. The CIA was backing their storefronts and their businesses. They were able to get all types of government assistance, things dealing with childcare. And the craziest part to also think about the fact that we're dealing with Cubans, right, and going into these Anglo, aka these white areas, the Cubans were able to go to and from. People like, Seji, what do you mean? What I mean by that is that the Cubans were able to go to white areas and they were able to go to black areas. The Cubans were able to go to white restaurants. They were able to go to black restaurants. The Cubans were able to go to white schools and they were able to go to black schools. They were not segregated. That also happened with the Hispanic community as well in the United States. And again, I've covered that topic directly on this channel. People want to act deaf, dumb, and stupid and act like they did get special or preferential treatment. Y'all all do. You all do. And you also come over here with a clean slate. And because America always wants to stick it specifically to Black Americans, this is specifically how they do it. They use the immigrants out here as a middleman. They use the Asians. They use those from the islands. They use those from South America, Cuba, wherever else, Africa. They use them and put them directly in place to be a stopgap to make sure that Black Americans can only make it so far. And you guys will sit up there and play the game. You will take whatever little trinkets, you'll take whatever little Happy Meal toys that they'll sit up there and give you, abide by the rules, and you'll do exactly what it is that they say. How do I know this, especially dealing with the Africans? Because Africans are currently allowing the exact same takeover that originally happened, that broke apart that continent, all the many different countries specifically there, burned down their libraries, all of their previous information. They're allowing those same folks directly back in there. Their governments are still corrupted and basically ran by Europe and other sources. You're still allowing the United States directly in Africa. Like I said, y'all can't tell Black Americans nothing. Y'all can't tell Black Americans nothing. Like I said, it's some crazy work. And some of y'all feel that y'all are so in bed with the Europeans or the Americans that you feel as though that you are white. And I'm speaking specifically to the Asian Americans. One of the main things that a Chinese historian said was that the worst mistake that the Chinese ever did was open their doors to the West, because after they opened their doors to the West, they lost who it is that they were. But like I said before, people don't want to pay attention to Black Americans. People don't want to listen to Black Americans. People think that we're just deaf, dumb, and stupid. We're just ignorant. We're uneducated. We don't know what it is that we're talking about. And we just want to solely fixate on race. No, we just want to be left alone. And we just want to do what it is that we normally do. But when we say that, in comes white folks, and they'll be like, "Oh, well, all you're going to do is, Democratic run cities and, shoot them up, bang, bang, gangs and drugs and prostitution. And then you're going to sit up there and be attacking, white folks because, blacks are racist." What? The first time that I ever heard, and I got other books upstairs, the first time I ever heard of cities being burnt down by another human being was by way of what it is that white people did. The fact that you got white folks that decided that it was a good idea, for whatever reason, to go through a multitude of Black towns and cities and just start burning stuff down, start pillaging, taking lives, doing what was naturally always been done. Shout out to Columbus. Your God. Shout out to Columbus and all the conquistadors, all the explorers, when really all they were criminals, and that was Europe trying to cleanse their blood, trying to get rid of the worst by giving you a title because they thought that you were never going to make it back. But oops, they were wrong. Some crazy work. Crazy work. Like I said, everybody is in on, this very large game. And this is why I keep reiterating that in order for everybody to learn, everybody has to lose. Black people been losing. So it's just a Tuesday for us. When everything breaks down and stuff starts, happening around y'all, the exact same things that historically has been happening to black people, y'all not gonna know how to act. You're not gonna know how to act. When war breaks out, y'all not gonna know what to do. And I already know a lot of people like, well, when's the last time that black people have been at war? We've always been at war. We've been this war has taken different shapes. This is why I said before that history is important. But the problem with history is basically his story, which means that the person who controls the narrative, white people, are able to sit up there and change it. Seji, what do you mean by that? Well, if you look at varying states, such as which I've gone over before, Texas and Florida, who have done their best to sit up there and change the history when it deals with slavery, trying to make it seem like, oh, it was just, slavery wasn't really what you think it was. It was just one, big powwow. And, the blacks and the whites came together, along with the Mexicans and, we may throw the Irish and the Scottish in there, and we built, this homogenous society called America. That's not how it happened. That's not how it happened. That is not how it happened. Like it's crazy when people want to rewrite the ugliness out of history in order to give the narrative as if they were just this great partner, this great savior, as if they were just God's gift to the planet. No, that's not how it happened. And this is why I keep saying I hate liars. I hate liars. Because it's crazy to me how a group of people over from another area could say that they discovered something when there were already people on this land. How do you do that? And you still roll with that? So yeah, Columbus discovered America. How do you discover something where people currently are? So does that mean that the Europeans discovered South Africa because they just decided to, take some trips around, what is it? The eastern coast of Africa. They, came directly down there and they ended up on South Africa and it was like, oh, this is a brand new land nobody's ever been to before. There were people there. There were tribes there. It's like, what are we doing? Are we going to say that the Europeans discovered Australia when there's literally still to this day indigenous aboriginals still there? Huh? Like what are we talking about here? What are we talking about? You got the main folks directly out here that are roughly what, like 7% of the population sitting up there rewriting history. Imagine that. About 7%, not even a great percentage of the population at all, can't even keep their own population up. This is why they got to sit up there and procreate with other folks, because the DNA is too weak to actually hold structure. This is why they're dealing with the lack of fertility. First of all, let me just speak directly on white folks real quick, right? You got a lot of anger for a lot of reasons, and a lot of that has nothing to do with black Americans at all. Your infertility rates has nothing to do with black Americans. The poisoning that is happening of your food, such as the can lining, such as the fluoride directly in the water, such as the forever chemicals, such as the GMOs, which again are going to affect you in such ways as, other negative things that are happening to your body, including infertility. You also have the fact of that a lot of white Americans tend to go through, episodes of, they don't want to be here anymore. And, what the end result directly of that is. And people don't want to address and specifically talk about that. And also the amount of violence, again, which also affects the population. So it's a little bit crazy to me that a lot of the things that you specifically suffer and go directly through, you don't want to purely address, but you want to stay fixated and focused directly on black Americans instead of fixing your population and trying to stabilize that. But the only way that you can find a way to stabilize that law-wise is by, rewriting certain laws, taking that back, things dealing with AB, right? If anybody knows that is, you know what I'm talking about, where women can happen to go to the doctor and, get some things sorted out and checked out. Other things dealing with a certain type of medical control as well, so that you can try to stabilize the population any which way you see fit. Meaning that even if a young teenage girl is going through whatnot or whatever, hey, guess what? That we're going to make sure that that child survives. Or side B, something happened to you and it was an outside source or family related. yeah, we understand that happened, but you're still going to have that child. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. And I've watched quite a few areas of which women who are Republican will openly speak about how it is that something did happen to them. And they were like, I still decided to do this. And I'm like, in my mind, right? And I'm just a guy. In my mind, I'm like, so basically what you're telling me is that you're looking at a consistent reminder every single day of something that happened. Nobody should have to go through that at all. No woman out there. Now, again, if a woman specifically made that choice, that is her choice. I'm not judging you for it. That is directly your choice. But to forcefully say by law that no matter what happens, you're still going to do this, that's crazy to me. White people, you guys decide to do that because, again, your population is dwindling. Again, this is why you're going through and having kids, biracials, with other communities directly out there, because that helps the longevity of your DNA, because you cannot specifically do it yourself. You keep specifically going out here and, hey, I'm just going to sit up there and seek out, my own. Yeah, it's going to get weaker and weaker and weaker. And you're pretty much going to breed yourselves out. It's going to happen. I promise you that, because if throughout history, like I said, the plague did a job on you. And that was your fault. The plague did a job on you, right? Rats and fleas infected and all this other type of stuff, illnesses did a job on you. And now we're here. And with all of the great technology, with all of the great medicines that we have out here, your population is still dwindling. It's going directly down with the Asians, with the Chinese. It's going down with the Koreans. It is going down with the Japanese. But everybody else, seemingly who has melanin, they're not really suffering. It's not really suffering. It's crazy. It's diabolical. Mm, mm, mm. It's crazy. Mm, 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 mm. Wild work. Mm, 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 mm. Oh, Steve, buddy, Cabbage Patch Kid. You know, there's different conversations that can specifically be had. But the main conversation that I'm talking about here is the fact of how the white community is suffering by the way of their own hands, and how it is that both you're chemically being castrated, medically being castrated, and also your laws technically to an extent are doing the exact same things. But poor little Steven, little Cabbage Patch Kid, wants to try to bring up black women. That's a little bit weird. Black women have nothing to do with this. Now, I, as a black man, black American male, I can decide to have a conversation about that topic. I'm not sure why you would decide to try to bring up a topic that has no effect specifically on your community. That's a little bit weird to me. Also, let's Stephen, let's attack the fact that a lot of white males out here have a nice propensity to try to what's the best way to say it? Make the family disappear. They want to pull a David Copperfield, when some things aren't really going right and a whole family disappears, right? Because the funniest thing is, I didn't cover a multitude of videos where that has specifically happened. And to me, I just don't understand it. You can magically just, lose your job. And now you don't feel like the man that you thought that you were. And you're like, well, I can't do this no more. I no longer have this job. So if I don't have this, neither does the family. And I'm like, wow, that's something. What was the guy's name? Chris Wyatt, Chris Watts, whatever where he sat up there and took out his whole family and he hid them on the work grounds on the land there. Woo, diabolical. Some of the greatest slaughterers directly out here, the greatest killers directly out here, historically are you. Just saying factually. I specifically, did a nice little collage of a picture directly of that. So again, I'm speaking facts here. This is not anything that people want to, oh, this is hateful. This is racist. Just say that you hate white people. No, this ain't that. This ain't that at all. Like I said, any and everybody can get it. Everybody gets their turn on the wheel. It just so happens that, it's everybody else's turn, and it has nothing to do with Black Americans. So it's, it's crazy. It's diabolical. Diabolical. So let me see. What was that, Steve? You said the Black community is your community. First of all, nobody even knows. You're just somebody basic in the comment section. Nobody here knows if you're Black American or not. You can just be saying anything. I can sit up there and say I'm a billionaire. Does that mean I'm a billionaire? No. It's like, I can sit up there and say, like, I went to Antarctica and I sat up there and saw some portals. Does that mean no, it doesn't. It's like, what are you saying? You got the same profile as everybody else. You got a basic letter as your profile pic, and you got a basic name directly up here. You're not saying nothing. You're not saying nothing. Like, it's crazy. That is diabolical. Somebody said, what? You said, if anyone want to give some tea, then talk about how the Democrats are systematically feminizing males in America. The craziest thing is, okay. Barbie said it was, yes, it was Christopher Watts. Thank you. Is this for the white people out there? Is that your king? Is that your king? Because this happens on an everyday basis. This has been happening before I was even born. Like I said, there are history books specifically on what it is that y'all have done historically to your own folks. But that's not good enough to focus in on. You're like, that's the past. We don't do it. We've moved past that. No, you haven't. We got books historically talking about y'all addictions, kings and queens. That's old news. We moved past that. No, you didn't, because we got zombie land directly out here. Y'all the main reason that a lot of these laws get changed, because as soon as your communities get hooked on any of these narcotics, now it's like, oh, we got to look at this as human beings. We got to treat them as people. We got to feel sorry directly for them. We got to make sure they get the help that they need. Y'all set up there and literally created clinics for drug addicts to go to and get high on the same drugs that are supposed to be like a scheduled class A or whatever. I'm just going to consider it like an S class, like the top of the top. You're not supposed to have it. It's not supposed to be on the streets. You're supposed to be getting the largest prison sentence possible. You legally allow these addicts to go to these clean facilities, use clean items to get high in front of police and in front of medical doctors, and then walk out. People should be getting locked up. Every officer that's a part of those facilities locked up and stripped of their badge and their weapon. Every single doctor and nurse in those facilities stripped of their license and never, ever able to work in medical care ever again. But when it deals with the white community, that's not what y'all do, though. Now, on a reverse end, when it deals with the Black community, you know what I've seen for over the last 20 plus years? When it deals with the Black community, it deals with narcotics. Oh, well, that's the Blacks. That's what they do. Drugs, will and deal, gangbangers, drive-bys. It's always hilarious looking at y'all talk about Black folks online, especially on news channels. Shout out to Fox 2. Again, I'm from Detroit. Fox 2, WDIV, WXYZ. Because like I said, I have seen white folks specifically, and especially in Michigan, always have their mouths open when a story comes up about Detroit, or even if there's no news about Detroit, magically somebody in the suburbs wants to bring up Black people in Detroit. And I've always found that weird when I go online and I see white folks deciding that they want to speak on Black people, and the topic has nothing to do with Black people. I'm like, that's weird. I'm like, how does it, can you just not focus? Can you not just focus on a topic directly at hand? You got to just specifically just bring up Black people because this is making you uncomfortable. And that's the other thing that I notice with white people. Whenever y'all get uncomfortable, when a truth is getting too much in your face and it's hitting right at the doorstep at the right time, hitting the right note, magically y'all want to start scraping and scrambling and scraping. And y'all want to start bringing up Black people. I'm like, huh? That's wild. Even some of the past incidences, when it's dealt with mass incidences, y'all wanted to point and portray the face of it as somebody Black, and you already know who it was. Like anything that happened in Utah, for whatever reason, y'all went online and somebody was like, black. I'm like, in Utah? I'm like, do you not know the population of black people are? For you to sit up there and go on that long reach, you have to be on the highest of highs. Your hatred has to be on a thousand. It has to be over 9,000. Like, that is crazy. It is completely, like, even when it deals with your own communities and your own people, specifically doing it to your own people, somehow you got to squeeze black people directly in there. It's like, but oh yeah, this did happen, but the blacks, a trillion blacks died in Chicago just yesterday, 5 seconds ago. Why are we focusing on that? Yo, it's crazy. It's always Chicago. It's always, Detroit. It's always Atlanta, someplace in Florida, wherever you know that there's a black population. This is what you always want to talk about. Also, again, like I specifically stated before, even dealing with Chicago, you can talk about black people, right? But are we going to talk about the St. Valentine's Day massacre that had nothing to do with black Americans? But yet y'all never want to bring up that. That's one of the most bloodiest massacres in the United States history. Again, you can talk about black Americans if you want to, but why don't you talk about that historical fact? Like, you had bodies like littering the streets. Like, y'all were the real ones sitting up here doing drive-bys. Like, what are we talking about? And the police were directly in on it too, getting paid. The judges were directly in on it too, getting paid on it. So it's like, what are we talking about? Y'all got history here of doing some of the most egregious things, and y'all never want to talk about it. Y'all act like y'all move so far past it, like you are the greatest, you are the apex of humanity, as if you were the purest ones directly out here, aka the Mormons, and that you were just, again, God's gift. But where? What type of gift specifically would that even be? Because clearly this gift wasn't wrapped. Clearly nobody cared about this gift, and it was just placed there. And there's no return to sender. It's wild how that happens. No return to sender. Can't even get like a PO box. Nothing. Can't even get a GPS location. Some wild work though. Wild work. Somebody said, yeah, that was a mob thing. But who were they? Were they black American? No, they weren't. That's my point. I don't care if it was the Italians. Are the Italians not Caucasian? I know that Italians will never ever say that they're black or black American, because the Italians hate Sicilians. So let's not even play these games. And they're basically right there. So let's not play these games. Let's not try to split hairs directly on this, because it's not going to sit up there and go the route that you wanted to sit up there and go. Let's not do this. Like I said, that's wild. That is wild. Wow. Oh, we got some trolls directly in here. No problem. You know exactly what we do directly to trolls, directly to the shadow realm. Also, shout out to any of my moderators who might have been putting people directly in the shadow realm that I may not have seen at this current moment in time, because I've been fixated and pretty much talking. Right. Now, do I got somebody just like spamming directly in here? No problem. I got somebody just clear cut spam. Let me just try to fall back and look at your comments real quick. Okay, you're fine. Yeah, none of your biz said Italians are classified as white. Thank you. And that's my main point. That's why I specifically said it, right? Because I know it, just like they know it. But this is how people want to try to split. Oh, but they're Italians. They're not actually, Europeans. White American. No, they are. Y'all are all a part of the exact same group. Like I said, Italians are not black. No Italian will ever say that they're black. Like I said, we saw the movie, what was it, Casino, Godfather, whatever it was, where somebody came to the Italian neighborhood, was like, yo, I got these drugs, like you can sit up there and like really make some money for this. And he was like, yo, we're Italians, like I'm not selling it to my people. Get that trash from over here. Go give it to the blacks. That was real. That was facts right there. Italians are not going to sit up there. They might do some things, but they're not going to specifically put things in their community to disrupt. So just like they basically showed you in that movie, how it was that somebody came to the Italians with some type of, narcotic there, and it sounds like, no, I get that to the blacks. That's originally and always how Italians have always felt about black people. So, like I said, you're not playing no games over here. Miss me with any of that nonsense. Miss me with that nonsense. Great work. Yo, what's up, Ty? Also, much love, respect, and appreciation. And shout out to all of my moderators. You said oh, you responded to somebody back into the comment section. Shout out to all my wonderful moderators directly out here doing the Lord's work. Also, so back to the previous comment, because I actually skipped. Also, I want to shout out to anybody who has donated to the stream as well too. Curly Locks, much love, respect, and appreciation for the we're just going to round it up to the $5 dono. And shout out to Steve 1137 for the we're going to round it up to the $5 dono. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And Steve stated that my bad, brother, you are cool. I got you, no problem. I'm not even sure what you might have specifically said, but yeah. It'd be like that. One piece of information still dealing with this video. That's why it's still technically up, even though I went on a forever rant at that moment in time. One piece of information, that was the Beach Act, and I think we went. Did we go over the monthly salary? I know we did the average. Yeah, we did the average income. And then we did the prices. So yeah, I think this was pretty much the last one, but it gave a little bit more information about Jamaicans, how much money that they make on a high end and a low end, and the average, salary for different sectors, high paying roles, directors and ITs, healthcare nurses, ITs, customer service, call center agents, lower paying, roles and things of that nature. So again, going all the way back to Jamaicans, this is specifically why I tell y'all to just mind your business and to directly step back and to stop talking about Black Americans, because y'all got so much stuff over there that y'all need to fix that y'all haven't fixed. You got so many Jamaicans over here that have us. Like I said, I'm pretty sure anybody that's directly in this comment section that lives in a Black area or multicultural area, you've seen Jamaican restaurants, right? And these things are always busy, right? They got people coming to and from and all this other type of stuff. And you don't really hear of any of these folks talking about like, yeah, I'm about to sit up there and build back home. I'm about to, take, whatever it is that I get from my business, and I'm going to sit up there and buy up land for my people, buy up homes. Again, the same things I said earlier. So all I'm saying is, for the Jamaicans directly out there, instead of being fixated and focused and trying to do this versus with Black Americans, this comparison, just work on fixing your island. Work on actually taking over that island so it's actually yours, and getting out all third parties, right? Work on actually doing that as Jamaicans before you ever decide to open your mouth and talk about Black Americans. And especially if you're here in these United States, because if it were not for Black Americans, you would never even be here. That goes for the Africans, that goes for the Jamaicans, other folks directly from the islands. Actually, that goes for a lot of these other immigrants out here too. Because in general, all of y'all talk real slick and sly when it deals with Black Americans. Because Ali, y'all disagree on a lot of stuff as immigrants. Y'all don't really sit up there and sit by each other like that. But magically, y'all formulate Voltron. Y'all become Rangers with attitude. You become the X-Men, right? You become G-Force when it deals with somebody bringing up the topic of Black Americans. You could have two rival groups, over there, or tribes or whatnot or whatever over there in Africa that don't agree, don't even speak or see eye to eye. But let Black Americans come into the mix. Oh, magically they coming together for that. They'll put everything to the side in order to, go after, this one group. Wild work. Wild. Yo, RS1, shout out, much love and respect and appreciation for the $5 dono to the live stream. Much love, much love, much love. So again, Jamaicans just set this one out, right? So now we're going to go to the ridiculous part, right? We spent about a good hour going over a few things. Nice little rant, also speaking on Jamaicans. So now we're going to go to the ridiculous side of this, and we're going to listen to this random woman directly here, and it is about Michelle Obama. I'm not going to spoil it for you guys, so I'm just going to let you guys listen to it and let it marinate.
And what people don't understand about racism is that white men love dark-skinned Black women. Like, they love dark-skinned Black women the most. And I would die on that hill. I will die on that hill. So if you think that white men won't vote for Michelle Obama, you don't understand like alchemy. You don't understand emotion and psychology. Hate, okay. Love and hate are not opposites. Love and indifference are opposites. Someone who hates you is more likely to love you than someone who is indifferent about you. And so what I'm trying to get to is Michelle Obama has the ability to alchemize America in a way that brings people together in the same way Barack Obama did, but even more so because I think Michelle Obama could get the white male vote better than a Kamala Harris could, because white men don't really be going after the high yellows like that, but they do go after dark-skinned Black women. And I will die on that hill. No one sees the beauty of a dark-skinned Black woman more than a white man. And so she politically, if she had the right team behind her, she could turn this whole thing around and flip this whole thing sideways if she wanted to. But I don't know if she has the ability to do it. I also feel like she might have to divorce from Barack in order to do it. Like, we don't want to follow in Barack's footsteps necessarily, but like use that alchemy to bring people together. I think she could do it really well.
Shout out to the CIA. Shout out to any governments out there. Shout out to MK Ultra. Shout out to any other government plans where they have done a service of brainwashing people and having them believe a lot of things. So let me just go over this real quick, right? This is why I technically saved this, because I knew what the reactions were going to specifically be when people were going to hear this. And your reactions are close to what my reactions were when I first saw this video. And even still, to the point of knowing what she was saying and listening to this again and knowing what my response already was, I'm still mystified by this whole thing. This is the craziest thing. Yo, shout out to Officer Haku, aka Brandon V World, for the $2 dono. Much love, respect, and appreciation, man. Said this man has come back to town. That is bars. You know, work in progress. Trying to be a little bit of consistency. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Right. So the main thing here, right? She wanted to state that if white men basically hate Black people, right, or specifically Black women, realistically, that's love. So because they do that, they love Black women more than Black men. And because Black men are indifferent, which means that Black men don't love Black women, this is why we can't see eye to eye, and this is why we are not the best fit. Huh? Woo! And people get mad when I sit up there and bring up these videos. People get mad when I bring up these videos, like, oh man, yo, you doing this gender war stuff and all this. No, dog, this foolishness needs to get called, like, brother. For anybody that got a problem with me, you know, bringing up this stuff and talking about it on a platform, go and check these people. Go and check any of these fools directly out here that decide to talk any of this nonsense, because this makes no sense. She literally said that, yo, okay, Barack, yeah, Michelle Obama, if she wanted to sit up there and run, she would have to divorce Barack Obama and get with a white man in order to make it. Last time I checked, was Barack and Michelle having marital problems or something? Like, I'm just a little bit. So Michelle, so it was good enough. So hold on, let me get this straight. So Michelle Obama was good enough to be with Barack Obama to support him during the presidency, right? Because everybody normally says behind every great Black man is a Black woman, right? So everything was all good and done, right? But in reverse, she's like, nah, Black women can never make it or be successful with a Black man. They either have to do it solo or they have to do it by way of a white man, because a black man will always bring a successful black woman down. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Who in the comment section was sitting up there telling me to play the video? You know what's about to happen to the Shadow Realm directly with you, sir. That was the last highlight that you'll ever get right there. To the Shadow Realm. That is some crazy work. Diabolical. To sit up here and say that in order for a black woman to make it to the White House, she would need to have a white man by her side. See, but the thing that's a little bit perplexing, right? Because everybody said that Kamala was a black woman, right? Quote unquote. Again, air quotations. But then didn't she have a white man directly by her side and she didn't make it to the White House? Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm missing something. Hillary, I remember at one point in time was running to vie for the White House. And that's a white woman married to a white man. And he was an ex-president, right? Did she make it as the first female? It's a little bit confusing. Two women that were vying for the seat of presidency that had white men directly on their arms and still didn't make it. And for some odd reason, she's like, you know what? White men, because they love dark-skinned black women so much, they would overly vote for Michelle Obama and they would sit up there and support her. And Michelle Obama would be able to find a white man that would sit up there and make her the greatest first female president ever, because no black man could ever do it. Woo, wild work, sir. Wild work. This is the type of foolishness. This is the type of foolishness that I be talking about. And I keep saying that you have a lot of these folks out here that don't need to have social media platforms. I've never heard such foolishness. Like, yo, this is wow. Let me put this to a realistic standpoint. White men in the United States, in these United States, are not going to vote for a woman, especially if they have a white husband. They're not going to vote to see a white man as a secondary in the White House. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. If they didn't do it for a white woman who had Bill Clinton as an ex-president, if they're not going to do it for Kamala Khan Harris, who had a white husband directly on her side, what makes you think that they're going to perform all of those actions, bypass all of those women, and specifically perform those actions for a black woman? You have to be smoking the high. This got to be like on some vibranium drugs. Like I don't know what you're on at this moment in time. Like I said, take away the phones. Take away the phones. Take away the phones. That's wild. That is wild. Take away the phones. That is 100% wild. And like I said before, and I'm going to state again, if her preference really loved her the way that she is trying to portray online, again, you wouldn't even have to fixate and even bring up anything dealing with or around black men, because she still did bring it up, because she said that in order for her to make it, she would have to divorce Brock. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like I said, I feel like at this point in time, looking at a lot of this content, it's just dog whistles to get attention on both ends, to get attention directly from black men, of which it is that they say that they don't want, and then to also get attention from the Caucasian dudes directly out there, which they consider to be their preference. Like I said, this is just sad. This is sad all over the place. But oh wait, it gets worse. It gets worse. And I'm just gonna say, before I play this video, my apologies, because again, I have to bring up a lot of this stuff. I come across this stuff randomly. Again, I can see politics and all these other things, and randomly these annoying things come directly up. I'm talking about specifically the opinions, and I have to speak on this because there needs to be critiques so that other people are aware, so that those out there who disagree with it, who are women, call the stuff out, all of that other type of stuff, so we can start getting the stuff situated. So let's continue. Caveman said, "Oh no, it gets worse." Oh yes, it gets way worse.
I'm so happy that I see more women, you know, speaking out about this because before, like, a lot of women are made to feel like as if we're not allowed to have standards when it comes to men. Yeah, and I do believe that women, especially beautiful women, should not date ugly women. They should not procreate with ugly men. Beautiful women should not procreate with ugly men. Because what does that do? When you have beautiful women that procreate with good looking men, more than likely their children are also going to be beautiful. No, I'm not saying that's always the case that they're going to pop out good looking kids because they're good looking, but 8 times out of 10 you're going to have good looking kids when you procreate with good looking women. When you procreate with bad looking men, it's going to affect, your gene pool. You know what I'm saying? And there's too many it is the reason why there is too many ugly people in the world. You know what I'm saying? A lot of men need to be humbled.
Oh
You got a
Jesus.
lot of ugly men that really think that they top notch
Oh,
because some beautiful woman gave his time of day. Just because you are with a beautiful woman does not make you good looking. You're still ugly.
oh
It doesn't change the fact that you're ugly. A lot of ugly men think that they're good looking because they was able to get a beautiful woman, which they
Jesus.
should have never had access to. You know what I'm saying? I don't like when I see beautiful women with ugly men, because now your child is going to be ugly. Now your child looks like your father, not your father. Now your child looks like their father, which is an ugly man.
Jesus.
And a lot of ugly men have ugly personalities. And that's another thing, because
Brother, what?
I don't really see good looking men with ugly personalities. A lot of good looking men
Huh?
are very humble, are very nice people.
What?
It's the ugly that got bad personalities, that got mental health issues. You know what I'm saying? So start humbling these men. Start telling these men, I don't want to be with you because you're ugly as.
Lord, give me strength. Give me strength. I'm gonna be nice. I oh, it's too easy. Ah, um, ah, give me strength. So, this is one of the videos that I ran across online, and this nice woman wanted to say that basically, dudes out here, they ugly, and they don't deserve, no type of attention, shouldn't be having a family, and things like that, because this video is coming up on this platform later today. um my thing is this: I hear women all the time always sit up there and say that, guys focus too much on women's looks, and when a woman is, speaking about something, we always want to judge her looks, and this is where the judgments come directly in. Because I'm, what? Because I'm just gonna, like, as an ugly guy, right? So I feel like I can sit up there and judge, right? She is not the right messenger for this message. This is in the whole totality, in the grand scheme of things, this is the wrong messenger and the wrong message. Because it's crazy how she didn't say anything about quote unquote ugly women being with, moderate guys who women find attractive, or very attractive guys or whatnot. Because I mean, if you just look at, like, let's look at somebody with money. Like Tiger Woods was, dating some women and they didn't really have looks. She ain't gonna speak on that though. But she'll sit up there and say that, oh, a lot of these ugly dudes, they sit up there and they're way too cop. No, 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 no. What you don't understand is that the dudes who have been considered by women to be unattractive, they've had to give themselves confidence, right? They had to find a type of like self-love. They had to basically, find their superpower. They had to get that super suit, right? They had to uncover that Jedi stone so they can formulate that lightsaber so that they can sit up there and go out here and fight. That's what they had to sit up there and do. Those dudes don't need to be humbled. The world, women from a very young age have always been out here, quote unquote, as she wanted to say, humbling dudes. There's not a dude. Well, I'm not going to say not a dude. Not again. I'm not talking about the 1, the 5, or the 10% of dudes where women are sitting up there chasing. Right. I'm talking about the other, 90 whatever percent of dudes, the normal, basic, average dudes. There's tons of guys out here. Even if some women have kids, have sons right now, I promise you that every guy has a story. Every normal guy has a story of girls or women calling them unattractive, calling them ugly, calling them undesirable, or not, fitted to be a suitor. Any which format or way that you want to speak about it, I promise you, they got stories. I got stories. And like I said, and this is why I put myself directly in that box, and I don't got no problem with it. So this is why I can sit up there and judge, right? Because I fit that mold, as I've been told. So again, it's even if, right, let's say that this individual, right, being nice, let's say was a 9 or a 10, it would still be the wrong message. Because for you to try to dictate and state that because of somebody's physical appearance that they don't deserve love or deserve companionship or family is nonsensical. And then you want to sit up there and say that if a ugly man procreates with a beautiful woman, then the child is going to come out looking like the father. And in an instance, this is where I gotta sit there for a moment and I gotta just ponder. I'm like, do people not have mirrors specifically in the home? Do people not look at reflections? Because for me, I look at my reflection, every single day. I tell myself, like, hey, I look beautiful, I look great, this, whatnot, or whatever. But again, I'm not blind, and I am nice to a point. But when you start speaking like this is what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to word this very nicely because we're on YouTube. There's a lot of guys out here that are going to happen to run across her video on social media somewhere, and she is not going to get the best comments at all. She is not going to get the best comments at all. And she's going to bring it specifically on herself, because this is what I specifically state to a lot of those directly out there. Stop giving judgments if you're not prepared or ready to be judged back. Because I promise you, the moment in time that men come back on her platform, wherever she, decided to film this or place it, when they go to her platform and find this and they give her the exact same respect that she gave to the men directly out here, she's going to play victim. And I promise you, you're going to have other women that are going to pull up to the scene and that they're going to help her play victim. They're going to try, oh, see, this is what we're talking about with these men out here, and they just can't listen to somebody and all this other. It ain't nothing to listen to. Like, everything was just disrespectful. Like, all of the men, she's talking about the most desirable men. Ain't none of these dudes searching for you, ma'am. Ain't none of these dudes knocking down your door. I'm not even sure if she's even into men. And that's the other problem. That's the other thing as well, too. Like, what needs to be happening, that these videos need to get marked, where if these women are specifically a part of another community, meaning that they like women, specifically state that, and so that people know why it is that you have the opinion that you have. Don't masquerade and try to be performative and act as though that you're a straight woman and you want to just give this dumb opinion. It's still a dumb opinion, no matter which way you sit up there and slice. If she plays for the same team, if she plays for both teams, or if she plays for the side where the men, I'm not sure who those men specifically would be. I would think that you would need a psych evaluation. But what I'm saying is this right here, this just wasn't it. And for women out there to allow things like this to quote unquote let it cook, you should have just thrown it out, throw it directly in the trash. This was a not needed opinion. Yet again, something so immensely stupid that it just made no sense. It made no sense. Like I said, there's no mirrors in the house, no reflections. at all. Like you don't have any friends to specifically like tell you like, yo, you might not want to do this. You might want to just sit this one out 99 seats back. Allow somebody else to be this stupid, not you. You got a lot of things on your plate to worry about. This is not one of them. Like I said, I'm trying to be so nice right now. Trying to be so nice right now. It is very tough. It is very tough. The Lord has given me strength to fight back every urge. To fight back every urge. Like I said, this is why women actually need actual friends to stop them from doing this. And I also want to put this out as well too. I'm not sure who hyped her up. I'm not sure who in the female group hyped her up or specifically told her certain things. I need y'all to stop doing this. Whoever is in these female groups with women like this, y'all need to start telling them the truth. Y'all need to start telling them the truth and also be truthful with yourselves, as the fact of the only reason that you got women like this in your group is to make you look even better. Again, there's a lot of things directly there that needs to get touched on, that needs to specifically get fixed. And only women can sit up there and fix those things. So in a lot of instances, women like to say about guys who are unattractive that men have faces that only a mother could love. This is only a face that, I guess God or a demon could love. Like I said, I don't know. I'm trying to be nice. I'm very much trying to be nice because it's purely ridiculous to get online and to know who it is that you are and what it is that you face every single day, and to make comments like this. That's wild. That is wild. That is 1,000% wild. But like I said, it'd be like that though. Talking about ugly men needs to be humbled. Whew. Ooh, I thought for a second never mind. So what we're going to do here, it gets worse. So we're going to go to how it started with this next topic. So we went through the what was it? We went through the immigrant talking, right? We went through the Michelle Obama, and now we're going to enter into the field of where women talk about that having a male child is bad. Almost it's kind of sort of akin to a curse or a sin. So we're going to take a look at that. But again, we're going to look at the start of where all of this originated from.
When a woman births sons, she's ending a lineage, but when she births daughters, she's continuing it. This idea comes from the fact that the feminine lineage, or the womb, carries more than just DNA. The womb carries emotion, memory, energy, and when a woman births a daughter, she's continuing her matrilineal story. Her daughter was once an egg inside her own mother's womb, meaning that 3 generations were once nested inside one another. And that thread of feminine wisdom moves forward when you birth a daughter. But on the flip side, when a woman births a son, it's said that she's completing something, essentially closing a karmic loop. And this is because your son doesn't carry a womb to pass on that same energetic line. So instead of carrying it forward, he transmutes it. So a son will often embody the healing that's already been done. So when you've done deep ancestral healing, your sons are that healing made visible. And when a daughter is born after sons, essentially she's being born on clear soil, a new creation of a new lineage, a new family story.
The craziest part is seeing somebody like her talking about ancestral anything. That's crazy. Because last time I checked, a lot of folks are pagans. Right, they lack the whole thing of actually belief in something in a sense, higher than them, unless it's quote unquote below, or however it is that you want to sit up there in preference or say it, unless it's somebody such as Moloch or Baal, where they happen to give over quote unquote, got to paraphrase words, give over their kids directly to a quote unquote false idol in order to receive, certain things. So it's a little bit confusing to hear somebody talk about ancestral anything when it dealt with Black people and we talk about the ancestors. It always turns into, oh my God, the Blacks are talking about the ancestors, that's the devil, you're talking to demons and all this other type of stuff. But yet she sat up there and basically said that all of this things are dealing with the ancestors, and it's getting passed from woman to woman to woman to woman to woman, and that knowledge, it doesn't get passed if you happen to have a son. It's the ending. Brother, how do we get here? That's some crazy work though. That is diabolical. All right, but you got it though. It's like, you know what? Like I said, this is for, you know, the Caucasian, you know, community. This is y'all. So obviously a lot of the women directly out there amongst your group, they're looking at you as curses, you know, sins, and in the ending of innocence them, right? Um Shout out to Vincent Taylor for the $5 dono. He said women like this should be put on the do not procreate list. Mm. Oh, that's crazy. So now let's continue the insanity with the next one.
In history, women are admitting they want daughters, not sons. Having a son is seen as an extreme burden to women around the world. You are expected to birth them, educate them, and shield them from conditioning from other boys. All this without acknowledgement. In fact, that very same son may grow up to take his mother's rights away. Women globally are reaching a line of contention, refusing to give birth to life that may become a weapon against them, against other women. This is why movements like 4B exist. Women are refusing to birth their own oppressors. In fact, they are liberating themselves from a life of suffering. Sons are no longer the standard, daughters are.
Right now, some people said that it was AI. Okay, cool. Got it. No problem. Right. I'm going to deliver this like a 50-50 because, again, saw the video directly online, and this is not the first time that I've heard rhetoric just like this. I've covered women that have been on podcasts, that have been on, you know, street interviews, and they said roughly close, if not worse, to what was stated directly here, that you were able to listen directly to. Again, I'm specifically putting these two videos out there to show you the faces of what this is and how it started, who initiated the talking points, right? Because now we're going to go into the followers, right? So I want to see if people are going to say that this is AI or if this is made up as well too.
I'm low-key stuck on those self-help books that I found him reading. The Way of the Superior Man tells men that they are meant to lead. And I have several videos on my TikTok telling y'all that men are not natural born leaders. And history, actual history, can prove that to you. Men who have led things to hell. Men that have had control over things has controlled them to hell. Men are not meant to be leaders. They are meant to take orders. Period. They're just meant to take orders. Men take orders very well. I have noticed that they do that very well, but they do not know how to lead. And my brother is not a leader. My brother will quite literally lead to hell. Quite literally. I'm already telling y'all he's a cousin. He's cousins. Oh my God. Oh, ew. Oh, ew. Damn. Why couldn't I have a gay brother? Like, oh my God. Like having a straight brother or a so-called straight brother, the worst. 10 out of 10, don't recommend. Mind y'all, my brother has never been a leader ever in his life. He's not the leader like me. My brother is the type of person to want to be liked. He wants everybody to like him. He wants everybody in his face. He wants to fit in. While me, I've always been the complete opposite. While I do automatically, you're going to like me. Automatically, you're going to like me. But what will make somebody hate me is because I speak my mind and I stand up for myself. My brother thinks that he stands up for himself, but he doesn't. He performs in a way that he think masculinity should be. And mind you, we don't have no dad, we don't have no father, but we have father figures, and that could be a big influence on him, since hence why he always had to turn to self-help books, which should let y'all know that men are not natural born leaders. If a man has to read a self-help book, if anybody has to read a self-help book, they don't have their own identity. I've never had to read no self-help books. If I read a book, I was reading books for entertainment, or I was reading books to, learn about history, learn about Black history, learn about different ideas, learn about all the phobias, the isms, like that. Like, if I read, that's how I read. I don't read to gain an identity, because I've already formed my identity from my formative years all the way until my adulthood. I've already formed my identity. I already know who I am, and I don't need nobody else telling me or trying to validate me in what I already know I am. I already know who I am. I already know my personality. And other people know my personality too. Other people who take a liking to me quickly catch on to my personality. I'm a leader. Natural born. I'm a natural born leader. My brother is a follower. He's a follower. But I feel like leadership is either in you. You can't learn it. I really honestly feel like you cannot learn leadership. It has to be in you. And it has always been in me. I'm not the type of person who like to lead others. I would rather lead with other leaders. So if
What?
you ever catch me with a friend, just know the friend I'm associating myself with
Brother,
is
what?
also a leader. I don't deal with followers. I don't deal with mother who want to fit in. My brother does.
Okay. So she made this whole video to badmouth her brother about stuff that she already knew in order to pedestalize herself and say how much better than him she is. And within that, as a woman, she's trying to make a comparison that she is better than a man and more of a leader. How 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 did okay, let me just focus. How do we get to the point of it moving from her brother, and she moved the goalpost to try to just talk about men? I, your brother's not reflective of every single man directly. What are we doing? What are we doing? Sweet Lord. What are we doing? What are we doing? I need an adult. What are we doing? Like this is just straight nonsense. It's like you say that as a woman that you're a leader, but you would never lead by yourself. You lead with other leaders. Ma'am, you're not a leader. Like, what are we talking about? That's like saying that you're a king, but yet you're not going to be a king of just a empire by yourself. You got to be a king with other kings. What? I've never seen a 3-king kingdom like that. Like what? Like what are we talking about? That's like saying like you're the president, but you don't want to lead the country, but you will lead the country with other presidents. Brother, what are we talking about? You're not a leader. You're not a leader. You're not a leader. Like what? Like what are we doing? What are we doing? Oh yeah, somebody brought up. Barbie said she had many points, and don't forget that. Oh, let me look at that. You said don't forget that all men who are brothers should be gay. Yeah, and that was just the whole weird one too. It's like so now we moved it to like again the in a sense the dislike and hatred of straight men, And it's like, you would have rather had a gay brother. What? Huh? What are we doing? What are we doing? I pray, Lord have mercy. I pray that this woman never procreates because she does not need to. This is, like I said, this is what it sounds like when folks just get a lot of the information from online and they listen to other women. I promise you. I promise you. Because she's like, yeah, I just read books for entertainment or, just for a little bit of information. If you are such a leader, where have you realistically led? Well, I'm sorry, I can't say where has she led other women to, because she says she's not going to do that because she hangs around leaders. So in a group, they'll come together and then they'll lead, right? So I'm just trying to figure out where specifically, just looking just at the surroundings that I can sit up there and see. I'm just trying to figure out, where has she led herself? Because I know she's not a millionaire. Because if she was a female millionaire, she wouldn't be on topics such as this. She would be worried about millionaire business things and being around other women who are millionaires. So I know you didn't lead yourself to there. Health-wise, where does she lead herself? Answer speaks specifically for itself. So that, again, that's two areas there. She didn't speak nothing about relationships, though. I wonder why that is. Because if she is such a great leader, she should be able to lead herself directly into a relationship. And again, I'm not sitting up there saying that she specifically has to be with men. She does not. She could easily be with women, whoever it is that she want to be with. But I didn't hear her say that she led herself into a relationship. If she's such a good leader, that means that every occurrence of a potential relationship that could happen, she was the one that engaged and initiated first, because that's what leaders do. That's what men do. But she's a woman. And I promise you, 9 times out of 10, she's not doing that. You got a lot of lesbians out here that don't even want to do it. They would rather the other women to actually initiate. And I'm like, okay. if you don't take my word for it, go look on the other side of TikTok where you have the studs directly out there, and they're speaking on how it is that they don't feel appreciated, how it is that they're getting taken advantage of, how the women always want them to pay for everything and they never get gifts. The exact same things that studs are saying about women is the exact same thing that men have been saying since the beginning of time, but nobody ever wanted to listen to men because men are the problem. But now when studs are saying it, nobody hears it. Nobody pays attention. So, I don't know what to tell people no more. Like I said, I try to bring up topics. I try to bring up these videos to circumvent problems, to try to stop them before they get worse. But it seems as though that a lot of folks out here want things like this to just get worse before it actually gets fixed. And then when things get worse and then it's uncontrollable, you know what the end result is going to be? Well, if men were in the leadership position, if men were actually leading women, none of this would actually be. No. A lot of women say that they are leaders. Some crazy work. Some crazy work. Got somebody asking if this channel does whatnot or whatever. Miss me with any of that. Brother, we're completely staying directly on topic. I don't got no time for no type of internet tears because you feel offended because you are part of a certain community, and nobody stated anything towards you or about you in any type of hateful manner. Miss me with any of those internet tears at this moment in time. Because like I said, y'all get on my nerves. I done cover videos of a multitude of groups directly out here, a lot of which are of your community, and y'all didn't pull up to the scene to actually take part in those videos or try to problem solve, do a group think, or try to even give a solution to any of that. So miss me with any of that. Like I said, I don't got time. Don't got time. Crazy. Diabolical. Can't even just sit up there and stay on topic. You heard one thing about a community and you start putting some crying emojis and asking this question. Like, dog, go watch some other content creators. I get tired of seeing sensitive people pull up here to the scenes and playing a tiny violin or whatnot, whatever, and you want me to walk back on some stuff that you feel offended you, that talk to God about that. That's a personal problem on you. You decided to specifically get offended. Out of all of the stuff that I covered, this is the one time that you pop up and you decide that you want to pull up to the scene in the comment section and be offended and start crying. Miss me with that. Miss me with that. Some crazy work. Miss me with that. Kim said, how are sons a liability? Well, a lot of women directly out here feel that the sons will basically become oppressors. They will become the ones to basically capture the women and to go against the women and to do this and to do that. And they feel that having a daughter is, the way to, in a sense, go. But before I go directly into that conversation there, this is something, Sham, I had told you about this before, right? And this is the information that I wanted to go over. I was going to do a video directly about it, but I never got the chance directly to do this, right? So my apologies if you can't specifically see the information. I'm trying to make this a little bit smaller. It's a little bit tough. All right. Well, that's the best I can technically do at this moment, right? So we're going to go directly over this information because she wanted to talk about, women being leaders, right? Cool. No problem. I'm all for it. I'm an equal opportunist. So this is called Women's Land in Oregon, right? Latita Carson, might have mispronounced the name, excuse me. A Black woman became a notable landowner in Douglas County, Oregon, back in 1869, overcoming immense racial and gender barriers to secure 160 acres claim. As described in the article from 1000 Friends of Oregon, additionally, Southern Oregon has been a hub for intentional women's communities and land trusts since 1970s, focused on ecological preservation and sustainable cooperative living for women, according to the Oregon Women's Land Trust. Right? Key aspects. Ms. Carson in 1856, after a legal battle, she secured 160 acres on South Myrtle Creek, where she ran a farm, according to 1000 Friends of Oregon. Next, they said Oregon's Women's Lands Trust, established in the 1970s, it manages rural land as a sanctuary for women. Next, they say Amazon Country, a 100-mile stretch between Grants Pass and Roseburg, became known for lesbian separatist land collectives in the 1970s. After that, they also said the current status, many of these communities are now facing challenges with aging, but continues to focus on land preservation and access for women, right? And I did a little bit further research. I wish I actually had that snapshotted. But they had other information directly up there dealing with the women's land in Oregon, right? So you have a lot of women out there. And again, I just want to preface this by saying I have no problem if women feel that men are bad, men are dangerous, and they want to specifically separate. Cool, no problem. They should have that ability to do so. The thing that I disagree with, that I have a problem with, right? If men are 100% bad, that also means that you have to suffer the consequences. That means that you, as those women, should not be going. You should be barred from sperm banks because men are bad. None of those women who are there specifically growing up or there, they should not be having relationships with men, aka the Amazon way, having a relationship with a man, getting pregnant, and then producing a child. Because what I ended up finding out was that if a woman that is a part of the women's land there it goes out and gets pregnant and she comes back and it's found to be a male child, she has to leave and have that male child and then come back, because male children and males are not allowed there at all. So that's all I'm saying. If what I'm supposed to take directly from this is that this is a safety area for women and that no men are allowed, cool, fine, no problem. Within that same respect, you shouldn't have any dealings with men realistically, right? Now again, I guess you can list some caveats to that or whatnot or whatever, which would be, maybe they need some building materials, right? Maybe they need somebody to, build some infrastructure, buildings or whatnot or whatever. I'm not sure how that would specifically work. I would think that they should still stay to the whole thing that men are not allowed, and you should just have, women laborers, there that are going to build, some high rises or whatever it is that they have established, whatever homes that they have. But again, you should be specifically barred from going to any sperm banks, and you should not be having relations with men at all, because men are bad. Men are the downfall of civilization. Men are evil. Men mean 100% harm to women. So again, this is why you clearly have them talking about that they are dealing with a aging situation that is going on, because they cannot self-replicate. They cannot reproduce themselves. So this is why they need other women to go out there and get pregnant and come back and hopefully have a daughter. Also, the other thing that that was notable about this when I looked it up was the fact that you have about 40, I think they said 40 women that are part of a panel. And in order for you as a woman to get specifically in there, those women that are a part of the panel have to all vote unanimously to bring you or to allow you directly in. So yeah, every and all women in America cannot just go there and just think that they're going to live an Amazonian, type of life. No, 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 no. So like I said, and again, they're dealing with an aging demographic directly out there, and that comes part of the course. This is what happens when you can't reproduce. This is what happens when you don't have new blood coming directly in. Like I say, you can't tell nobody nothing. People, people want to, sit up there and play these fast and loose games and think that everything again, it could have been all good directly in the beginning, but now look at it. And the other question that I also have as well too, dealing with Miss Carson, I want to know the nationalities or the ethnicities of the women that specifically have ownership of said land. That's my main question, because if a black woman it was originally the landowner, I would still expect for a black woman black women to be in power over said land. It shouldn't be nobody else. There should not be another random, ethnicity that's able to hold on, directly to that land. So, like I said, because I'm looking directly at their website. I'm looking directly at this and I do not see anybody that is black. I'm looking at the pictures from the 1970s and I see Caucasian women. How did that happen? How in the world? How did that? Because I went to the Oregon's women's land. How did that happen? Why are there no pictures of black women up here? So okay, so wait. So wait a minute, brother. Is this the same place? Hold on, let me. Okay, let me see. Nonprofit sanctuary, forest, wildlife, and women since the 1975. We are committed to anti-racism practices and diversity awareness. Is this in the same? Let me go back to the information that I gave y'all, because I'm a little bit confused, because let me see, what was that? I clicked on it. That's what took place. Because I'm a little bit confused, because I'm looking at this. It says in the mid 1970s, there was great interest among many women in the lesbian feminist movement in having access to rural land in order to be able to live outside of mainstream patriarchal culture, which is written with violence against women, gay people, and the environment. The feminist spirituality movement was also emerging and grounded in reverence for the natural world. Some groups of women traveled or temporarily settled in Oregon, California, and New Mexico, or wanting a land based community where their political and spiritual ideals as lesbians, feminists, and environmentally minded folk could be put into practice. There were a few lands in Southern Oregon already owned by feminist lesbians, and some where women lived together collectively but did not own the land. Many women visitors were drawn to the region and wanted to join this exciting and growing community of country women. You know what I noticed about this whole thing is that when I first originally, because I'm looking at this whole thing that they have directly up here on their page, which is listed as her story, right? Which means women telling the story, right? Instead of men. Cool, no problem. I noticed the main missing part, which is what I told you guys earlier, which is back in, let me go back to it, right? Miss Carson, a black woman, became a pioneering landowner in Douglas County, Oregon, back in 1869, securing 160 acres after her husband's death. Right. And then separately, Southern Oregon became a hub for the 1970s lesbian separatist communities known as Women's Land or Landikes, which focuses on ecological rule and social autonomy. So we know who started it. We know who pretty much kicked it off, but yet they're not listed or given any type of credit directly on that website. Woo, that's wild. That's wild. Ooh, buddy. Ooh, buddy, that is wild. And this is why we trying to sit up and tell black women out there. I'm like, you think that you got some allies out here? They can't even give you just due credit. You can kick something off. You can sit up there and start something. You can basically be the one to make it happen. And like I said, she didn't have a husband. Miss Carson didn't have a husband to specifically, do all of it. She was the one that did it. And that was after, as it stated from what I just, read when I refreshed the page, after her husband's death. She was the one that had to sit up there and fight and basically get that. And she got ownership of that. And because of what she did, that then led and empowered women later on to have their own. Come on, dog. Anyways, like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing. You can't tell nobody nothing. This is wasn't this during, they said this was the 1970s, right? From what I read, right? And ain't those a part of the same group of women that were telling black women that, hey, you need to come join us because we're fighting the man. And, the man is holding us down, just like the black man is holding you down and holding you back. So it's us together, sister. We're both fighting the same fight. And here we are looking at the difference between how white women are in the society and where black women are. I brought up a picture of that exact same thing, and it was an image of a white woman using a black woman as a footstool. If some people have been here long enough on this platform, you saw that image at a moment in time. That probably was maybe about 3 years ago that I brought that up. But yeah, like I say, you can't tell nobody nothing. Some people will lead themselves to their own demise. And you clearly see where the all women's lodge group land is getting them directly there. They're soon enough, they're on the extinction list. Like I said, I'm all for people, wanting to be separate and do their own thing. But at the same time, if you're stating that men are bad, that means that DNA for men is also bad as well too. And you should not be walking out there trying to go to a sperm bank, nor should you be trying to get impregnated by a man, because men are bad. Like I said, all of this, feminist ideology and it doesn't make any sense. It just, at the end of the day, it does not make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Crazy work. Diabolical. But anyways, so now we're going to keep going directly with the foolishness after that little bit of history, and let's take a listen.
Balloons come out blue, the only thing I'm going to think about is the simple fact that I could give that little the best life, put him in the best community, give him the best support system, give him everything, and he can wake up one day in 6th grade and decides he wants to be a thug. He can decide he no longer wants to go by Tyrone, he wants to go by T4. Like, you ungrateful mother, I just gave you the best life ever, and you just woke up one day and decided you wanted to be a thug. A thug? That's my worst fear when it comes to raising a boy or having a son. Due to the simple fact, you really cannot control that. You can really give a boy the best life ever. It's on them to decide if they want to wake up one day and be a thug or not. And I pray I don't get no thug. Like, no. And if I ever get pregnant and those balloons come out blue, the only thing I'm going to think about is the simple fact that I could give that little the best life, put him in the best community, give him the best support system, give him everything, and he can wake up one day in 6th grade and decides he wants to be a thug. He can decide he no longer wants to go by Tyrone, he wants to go by T4.
Right. So for whatever reason, it was a repeat on a repeat, but we pretty much get the point. Now, let me just put my hat directly in the ring, right? Single parent household, black male role models directly there. Pretty nice support system growing up. At no point in time did I wake up at the age of 6 and was like, yeah, I want to be a thug. I want to start breaking into cars and homes. I want to start raiding and pillaging, my community. I want to be the worst of the worst and commit the most crimes, and I never want to be, a positive note, within my community. I never woke up like that, so it's like I'm a little bit confused on where she specifically got that this is, what normally happens with young black boys directly out here. And again, I got friends that I grew up with, and that's not anything that they did. Again, I grew up single parent household. My other friends, they grew up in a household with 2 parents. None of us decided to do any of which of what she's sitting up here talking about. And again, it doesn't matter if it's a father or a mother or a 2-parent household or a single parent household raising that child. Things happen. But also that means that your influence was not strong enough. My mother's influence and also the love that I have for my mother and me, always wanting to, uh, be responsible and make sure that I would never put her in an area where she would feel the need that she would have to bail me out or defend me, or that she would have to, look down at me because of the negative things that I'm doing. I made sure never to do that. So all I'm hearing directly from this woman, again, I'm going by how it is that I was raised by my mother. I'm hearing a lot of weakness. I'm hearing that she does not have strong belief in herself or in her teaching abilities. I'm hearing that she would not have a strong influence directly over her son. But yet, we just left off from a video where a woman said that men are not meant to be leaders and that women are better leaders than men. But yet, this woman here saying that she cannot lead, aka raise her son at the age of 6. We're not talking about a grown man. We're not talking about a 16, 18, 19-year-old. We're not talking about 25, 30. We're talking about a 6-year-old who barely knows his ones and twos, multiplication, division, subtraction, barely knows his favorite friends or color, favorite super. We're talking about the young age of 6, and she's sitting up there saying that she cannot have a strong enough influence directly on him, that it's a toss-up on what's going to sit up there and happen. What? Then don't have kids. If you feel, as the woman that you are, that you're not going to have a strong enough influence on your kids, don't have kids. Especially don't have a boy. Don't do that. Don't do that, because you're not going to love him correctly with the type of faultiness that she is delivering here. She's not going to be able to sit up there and love that young boy properly, because in the back of her mind, she's just thinking that, oh, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. Oh, I think I saw some signs and some symptoms at the age of 2. Oh my God, I think he's about to thug out on me and pull out a gun. Like, come on, dog. Come on. Like, this is just crazy. Like I said, like I just need for a lot of folks directly out here, if you are a part of a certain demographic where you're playing for like the same team, just say that. Just say that. Like, stop making content to try to have other women formulate the opinion of basically disliking or hating men, young boys, or whatever it is. Like, this is insanity. This is 1000% insanity. But like I said, women like this normally be having huge followings. For what reason? I have no clue. I have no clue. And this is beyond anything that I can even call or consider a bird call. This is way beyond it. I don't even think I even have like a sound effect that I can make directly for this at this moment in time. Like that's how wild this stuff is. And we're going to continue down this dark road.
Not get it yet. Women are arrogant and delusional. And they believe that they have golden wombs, and they all think that they are going to somehow love their son so hard that he is not going to fall into the throes.
So before I'm going to just redo this, but up top she's responding to this comment, and that seems to be a very light person directly up there. I can't precisely see. Maybe some people have more keen eyes than me, but that seems to be a very light person up there. They said, I don't know why women keep birthing males. This isn't going to stop until they get put down. So this is why, again, I showed y'all who originally started this whole opinion train, and now you're looking at the followers who are continuing this train. Let's keep going.
Truly do not get it yet. Women are arrogant and delusional. And they believe that they have golden wombs, and they all think that they are going to somehow love their son so hard that he is not going to fall into the throes of patriarchy. What these boy moms don't realize is after a certain point, while these boys are growing up, you will no longer matter. They will no longer look to you for guidance. They're going to look to the males around them for guidance on how they should behave in this world. Once they realize that you're only a woman and they're a future man, everything is going to change. Women cannot raise better men because males do not value or respect the opinions of women, period. After a certain age, the other men around him are going to socialize him, not you. Women still do not get it yet. And let me tell you something, if the roles were reversed and women behaved like men do, they would eradicate
What?
us.
How do we? What? Hold on. So she said that if the roles were reversed and women act like men do, we would try to eradicate them. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Do we not have like studs out here? We got studs. We got clear cut lesbians out here, and men are not doing anything to the lesbians directly out here at all. Like I said, I got family, right? I got my aunt directly out here, and I love her. I would never sit up there and try to cause any type of harm or anything to my aunt because she's into women or what. Like where are we at right now? Like I'm just trying to figure out like it. Like did we just like shift into like some other like timeline? Like is this like did somebody like it gets to a point where you look at a lot of this content and you just get confused and you get lost for words. I guess that's the best way to sit up there and put it, because this what are we talking about? Like, how does it always come to a whole thing of that just magically men are just violent? Like, how is that just like just the go-to? Like every single time. It's like every time I hear these videos, women are sitting up there making it seem like every single time they go outside, their sons are attacking them, their husbands are attacking them, random dudes are just attacking them. Like every single woman is just getting attacked nonstop every single day, and it's just going unreported. Huh? Brother, what? Like what? We got security cameras, we got satellites, we got drones out here, we got robots patrolling, you got street lights that can see directly into your homes and cars. Like what are we? Bro, dog, this is just, brother, sweet mother. There's no. I'm at this point where I'm just like, yo, just everything that's going on in the world, like somebody just press a button. Let's just, just everything just vanish right now. It just doesn't need to be a continuation. It just does not need to be a continuation, because it's like nothing is going to positively happen. because the same ones who say that they want change are holding on views to the old guard, and the views of the old guard are wrong. And now the ones of now are holding on to those opinions and adding on to them, and now shipping that off with the children of now. And this is why you got a lot of these kids jacked up and they don't know which way to turn. They don't know left from right, right to left. They don't know where to go because their parents are misguided, which then means that those kids are misguided, which means that those kids are misguided. Like I said, this is why you got so much mass confusion directly out here. And the craziest part is you can look on TikTok and look at a lot of the young women and girls that speak the exact same way that this grown woman is speaking. Somebody has to educate me on why it is that a teenage girl would speak like this. She don't know nothing about nothing. She ain't never have no interactions, never even had a relationship. But you got these women teaching these young teenage girls this. This is the booklet that they're handing to these developing girls, these young girls. And I'm like, that's wild to me. That is 1000% wild. Like, dear Lord. Like there is no saving. There is no saving a lot of folks directly out here. Lord. It's ridiculous. So now, as normal, let's continue.
But I obviously don't care. I always tell my potential partners, if I ever get pregnant with a son, I'm returning it to the sender because
the craziest thing is
So let me before I get to that lady.
I always tell my potential partners, if I ever get pregnant with a son, I'm returning it to the sender.
Why get pregnant in the first place? So in your mind, you're like, the only way that I would carry a child full term is if it is a girl. I want people to understand that female prisons are just as dangerous, if not more, than male prisons. I want people to understand that. Women are slick. Women are very treacherous. Women can do things that men cannot sit up there and do. Again, women can masquerade. Again, this is why if let's say if governments out here wanted to specifically get to like a king or somebody in power, they will send a woman. They're not going to send a man to do the job. They're going to send a woman. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, what are we specifically talking about? Like, they even had stories. Shout out to the Outer Limits, and I love talking about this from time to time. They had a episode, I think it was called like the Y bomb or the X bomb. Basically, what happened was that there was a bomb that was created in order to get rid of the population of men, and the population dwindled down because of that bomb that went off. It dwindled down to pretty much, I think, less than 1%. It was very, very low. And men were basically meant to be captured and put in prisons. And these are men that didn't do anything, right? If you're out there and you are a man and you are found, you're meant to be captured and put directly in prisons or some type of camps directly out there. But the craziest thing that I noticed directly about this is that even with an all-female society, you still have female cops. Why would you need female cops? That doesn't make any sense. If men are gone, no crimes are going to be committed. No woman who values women is going to commit crimes against another woman. You shouldn't have that happen. But yet we do. How do we know that that happens? Because if you look up the stats on DV and lesbian relationships, you'll find out a hefty number there. And I was actually quite shocked and surprised because out of all of the rhetoric and the talk that I've ever heard from women saying how much, it's a sisterhood and we love each other, we don't mean each other bad, we would never do harm, to find out the high numbers of DV in lesbian relationships is insane. Insane. And I'm still trying to figure out why is that, because men have nothing to do with this situation, but yet it happens. Are you going to say that a man passed that down to that woman who ended up being in a lesbian? Like how are we going to figure that? How are we going to fit the blame and put that bill directly on men? Like this is just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. But again, let's continue. Let me just let it play through the full totality.
This might be controversial, but I obviously don't care. I always tell my potential partners if I ever get pregnant with a son, I'm returning it to the sender because
You know, the craziest thing is some of you guys are arguing with her in the comments. Some of you guys are telling her why she is whatever the is. And here I am just being grateful that this woman, who obviously would be a toxic mother to boys, I'm grateful that she understands why she shouldn't have them. Because let's be honest. If she were to have a male child, she's already clearly stated that she does not want one. Which leads me to believe if she does not want one, that she's probably not going to treat him accordingly. Which means he's going to grow up with a mother that does not love him appropriately. Now, last time I checked, those men that grow up with mothers who don't love them appropriately end up as one of a handful of things. None of which would be conducive to the society in which we live in, right? Coming from a mom of a almost 15-year-old boy, a mom of a boy before I ever became a mom to a girl. Thank you. I'm not going to attack her for her choices. I'm not going to tell her that she is wrong. What I am going to say is thank you. Whether I believe in your reasoning or my reasoning of why you are not going to carry or birth a male offspring, I am just grateful that you understand not to. There's enough messed up men in this world. There's enough messed up people, but more specifically because you are speaking about a male and coming from you would be assumingly a black male, which I have a very large fondness for. So thank you. Thank you for not producing another broken black man to unleash onto this world who does not understand nor can ever comprehend what unconditional love would look like because he wouldn't receive it from you. Have a day.
So we heard the full totality, and this was coming from a woman who has a male son. And I want to say shout out to the mom here because I can obviously tell that she is a Demon Slayer fan. And also look in the background and see the jacket, and she is also Attack on Titan fan. I'm not sure if she does like the whole anime cosplay thing, but I do see that. Shout out to that. Like I said, you know, it's a dope thing to sit up there and spot. But going directly back to this woman, I'm not even sure if she would even be having a child with a black man. I'm just gonna be real. I listened directly to her, and I'm like, yeah, I don't really hear it. I don't really hear it. She's fitting the profile of the ones who normally sit up there and are, you know, divestors and have a certain preference. I could be wrong. And I could stand corrected. But I'm saying from all of the videos that I've looked at and heard and listened to over the years, even some live streams and things of that nature, she is fitting that profile. All I'm saying is why even get pregnant? Because let's just say that you just happen to run into a partner where for whatever reason everything just ends up being boys. So now what? You run into potentially having boys 5 times. So you're going to be doing this 5 times? You're going to put your body through that again and again and again? You're going to potentially do irreparable damage to your body in order to, again, why even get pregnant? Why even get pregnant? Or better yet, what was that one video I gave you guys before? It was like a while ago, probably about 3 years ago, where it was this one woman talking about, oh yeah, scientists set up there and said that women can use the stem cells from their body in order to sit up there and get themselves pregnant. So therefore, we don't even need men to even reproduce. Why don't she use the stem cells from her body in order to produce a child. Just saying. Now, again, I'm not sure what type of defects may come directly from that, because it's basically you with your own DNA. And usually, if people say that if you keep things within the family, there's more of a chance for certain defects genetically to show up and to be there in higher numbers versus not when you diversify that gene pool. So yeah, like I said before, I've covered a lot of videos dealing with you know, conversations revolved around this topic. Again, I'm just trying to figure out, why would a person decide to put, if you got a 50-50 chance of potentially getting pregnated with a male child, why put your body through that risk of having to be on the operating table? And I'm saying that from the place of understanding of reading about how Black women were specifically treated in the medical field and how that they were experimented on. So all of that history that you know of, that I know of as a Black man, and I'm pretty sure she, looking at her hair, she should also know of as a Black woman, quote unquote. Why would you then want to put yourself through what it is that, Black women who are your ancestors went through unwillingly, and had to endure all of that pain and all of that trauma and all of that experimentation to, quote unquote, push forward medical science? That's all I'm just trying to figure out. That's all I'm trying to figure out. Because, like I said before, this type of stuff here, again, it doesn't make sense. It makes zero sense at all, right? So, last but not least, we're going to go to the favorite person here, who has been shown on this on this channel quite a bit. Some of you guys may remember her. The voice is going to be like nails on a chalkboard, but we must endure in order to hear the grand wisdom of this next woman.
I may call it eugenics, but a reason why I choose to be child free is because I don't want a boy. I do not want to birth a boy. Did you know that if you birth a boy, the XY chromosome...
So we got a brand new challenger to the field. You said, Divine Mother Goddess, right? You said it doesn't have to make sense to you. Well, champ, due to the fact that it was posted on social media and people choose to express their opinions, people want to have an understanding. Because I promise you, if the shoe was on the other foot, if you had men out here recklessly just sitting up here saying that women should be extinct, I promise you that everybody around the world, let me go back and say that, if a Black man said that, I promise you, women all around the world would have come directly through in order to tear that man, from here to Timbuktu. I promise you that would have happened, because I've seen things where guys have potentially said that, oh, women should just be in the kitchen, or women should just, be in a home. Women shouldn't have rights, and women shouldn't, right? And women will come through and tear those dudes directly apart. Right? Cool, no problem. But like I said before, when you have women saying stuff like this, silence. Like I said, there was a content creator not too long ago where she wanted to basically say that men should be eradicated. And I'm like, how do we get here? How do we take the step of you not liking men so much that you're basically stating that every male ever in existence should no longer be on this planet? And then you come up here and you're like, it doesn't make sense to you. You said it still doesn't have to make sense to you. I don't give a care about what males think. You also said males say dumb stuff all the time and no one cares. What are you talking about? No one cares. Are you talking about the specific avenues that you go directly to? Because the craziest part is that you're on my platform, right? You're on my channel. And I, as a Black male, have covered these topics before, and I've called out the nonsense a multitude of times. I've even had arguments with men in my comment sections during live streams. So to sit up there and state that men don't care is ridiculous, because clearly you don't know all men, because specifically speaking, you don't even know me. So this is what I mean when people say idiotic things, not doing research, not knowing nothing about nothing, and just sitting up there speaking. This is what I be talking about. And let me just make it very clear. This is why it is, brother. What are you talking about? And hold on, mods, do not ban this person. What are you talking about? Quit crying about everything. Specifically, what? So when I cover the fact of black women going through mistreatment medically, is that me crying? When I talk about black women dying from wrongful decisions in men, doesn't matter if they're black or white or other, I'm wrong about talking about that. If I talk about black women suffering brutality or life endings at the hands of police or the government, I'm crying about, like, what specifically? What specifically am I crying about? Because I cover a multitude of topics. Because I've specifically given information about black women, being 3 to 5 times more likely than their white female counterparts to die while giving birth because of lack of medical treatment, and how it is that in the medical field they believe that black women can endure and take more pain than any other woman. This is why they refuse to really give you guys the strongest medications when you're going through pains during birth or any other, types of things that you may be going through. So there we go. There we go. Talk about black males. Black women can handle their own issues. Focus on Negro males. So for the 192 people, this is what I want to showcase directly to you. When you have a black man that has a platform and he tries to speak on a variety of topics, tries to bring awareness to a variety of things, even tries to give warnings, this is what you will receive. This is what you will receive as a black male. This is what you will receive. You will be told by these random women directly out here, "Oh, don't worry about us. We got us. We can handle it. Stay focused on only black men. Don't talk about any other men. Don't talk about white men. Just only specifically focus. Don't talk about nothing else in the world. Just specifically and strictly stick to talking about black men and black men only." So I guess this is that leadership that the one woman earlier was talking about, where, right, the matriarchal thing, where, this woman here, who is this, divine mother goddess, she's the one basically leading me as a black man, right? So I'm supposed to listen to what she says, because by the words of another black woman in the video, black men are very good at following orders. We're just not good leaders. So I should pretty much just listen to her. That's wild. That is 100% diabolical. And like I said, like the reason why I even cover a lot of these topics is due to the fact of my mom. Like I said, raised, single parent. And I looked at everything that my mom did. Right? I looked at the love, I looked at the value, I looked at the respect that she specifically gave me. And also the respect and value that she had for herself. So again, the love that I have for black women comes directly from the source, comes directly from my mother. Everything that she both taught me verbally and what she did not speak directly on, how it is that, she carried herself. Hard work, dedication, perseverance, everything. And this is the reason that no matter what these clowns like this one here comes to this platform and decides to stay, this is why I still do those videos. Like I said, if I didn't have love for, my mom or the women in my family, or, the memory of my grandmother, I wouldn't be doing none of this. I could care less. I would be 100 honest. I would care less about what black women have to face or even go through. And that's just me being honest. But because my mom is still there, has always supported me no matter what dreams and aspirations I've had, no matter if I didn't have nobody in my corner, I'm always going to sit up there and do this. So, like I said before, a lot of folks out there are not going to specifically understand that. Right? So it's crazy to see that you decided to bypass all of that, right? And then you were like, talk about male abandonment. It's funny how you just want to like try to rewire the whole conversation. We had a whole situation. We had a whole 2 hours? No, not even 2 hours. We had a whole what? Probably about like an hour plus, where we went over about two to three topics before we started really delving into these videos. And you, to at least to my knowledge, you were not even there. I guess you're going to sit up there and say, you just pulled up to the scene and, you didn't even take a listen back at all. Which, again, that's personal. That has nothing to do with me. Could have, had a lot of stuff to say about those previous videos, but, like most people, you opt not to pay attention. Oh, let me see. So what else we got? Because we got some people coming directly in. Somebody said, your mother is your mother, not mine. That's a personal problem. Take that up with God. I don't know what that. I don't even know what you want me to even specifically do with that. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? Your mother, of course, that's my mother. What are we talking about? But the craziest part is, as I've specifically stated before, met my father later on in life, but I had Black positive male role models both in the community, in my family, and those who were my teachers, during the time. So even though the initial father was not there, I still have father figures there. And also shout out to all of my boys directly out there. A lot of their fathers, like I said, Mr. Sertima, rest in peace, rest in heaven to him. My boy Chris and his dad, shout out to Mr. Thomas. My boy Linnell, shout out to Mr. Dinkins. My boy Big Mike, Mr. Roosevelt, and many others directly out there. So it's, again, within that exact same statement that you gave, somebody's mother does not specifically has to be your biological mother in order to have that positive effect. But like I said, a lot of people can't understand that. A lot of people want to be stuck specifically in a type of trauma. Like I said, it's crazy. Another person said, when you talk about how if you didn't have Black parents, you are Black people, you wouldn't give a darn, right? Because you wouldn't be Black. And it's sad because Black men wouldn't like it. Black women said if they didn't care about your plight. Did you not just hear what I said? Did you not just listen to what it is that I stated? I clearly stated that if my mom or the women in my family were not in my life, I would not care. Basically meaning, as the previous woman said before, about that unconditional love, right? So if that was never on the table, if that was never a play, I'm not going to be sitting up there paying attention to, quote unquote, those that, in a sense, abandon in full totality. Right. And I'm saying in full totality, meaning there are no positive, female, women out there to give that substitution type of love or caring or nurturing, things of that nature. Because even in the same extent of me stating that, my father was not specifically in my life, I've also stated that I do stand for the Black men that are fathers, that are stepfathers, that are stepbrothers, and everything of the sort, because they don't get respected at all. When you have Black men that are within the Black community, they are present. They get no type of love, no type of support, no type of anything at all. They just get forgotten. And the craziest thing is that a lot of women tend to focus on the ones that are not there versus the ones that are there. They tend to, in a sense, celebrate the ones that are not there, and they don't celebrate the ones that are there, that are present, that are being the fathers, that are being the black male role models, that are being the quote unquote protectors and the guardians and doing like they get no type of love at all. And I know this to be a fact because I'm on social media literally for a living. So I watch a lot of this content. And 9 times out of 10, I'm the one that happens to pull out the videos, be like, hey, you know, black men, yo, shout out to you. Even black men directly that are a part of my channel. Like my boy Officer Haku, Black Family Time, all black family, black wife, everything. He works himself directly to the bone in order to sit up there and provide. That man always finds a way in order to be there for his family, never sitting up there giving up. But like I said, do you think that fields of women out here like you and the other one that I covered are going to say anything positive? Nah, y'all don't care. Y'all will celebrate and continue to focus on the negative ones out there, the ones not doing nothing. And to me, like I said, that's crazy to me. That's diabolical. Somebody said more women are independent now and men expect women to support them. Who said that? Who told you that? I, as a man, never expected a woman to build a house or an infrastructure, to lay down roads, to do any type of metalworking. Like, what are you talking about, dog? Like, y'all just come up here and y'all just start saying the most craziest things. Like, never, we're not going to address, y'all didn't show up during the first part of the live stream, but it's like, this is the one part. It's like, I feel like he's attacking women. I feel like he's attacking feminists. Yeah, I feel like he's attacking black women. And like I said, this is how I know that a lot of women don't listen. No matter how I word this, no matter the things that I sit up there and state, even if I were to show video proof, it don't matter. Because as long as these women out here feel that they're being attacked, this is how they're going to react to it. Because again, I'm a black man. I'm bad. I mean bad to all women directly out here, especially black women. Like, this is wild. You said you don't understand a black woman play is a black man's play. You are as weak as your what? What is this? And then you said, but the thing about you that's so silly is that y'all Negroes have picked up a white man's ideology of red pill and then ran with it. You said, and it's kind of pathetic that a white man has to teach you his bad behavior and you would copy a grown man. Then said that you're very ignorant and just date white women. We don't need you to speak on our behalf. We don't ask. Class. So everything that I told y'all that I've ever been judged by and I've ever been told while being in the black community is right here in this comment section. Anybody at any moment in time that wants to state that Seji doesn't love black women, I want you to sit up there and pay attention. She basically told me to go out there and be a passport bro. She was like, black women don't want you. I mean, and again, let's put a caveat in there. This could easily be a bot. This could be somebody's algorithm. This could easily be a troll. This could be a woman from a different country, or better yet, this could be a man in disguise. More than meets the eye. So, we could be dealing with a variety of things. But again, at this moment in time, I'm just going to take it as face value. I'm just going to sit up there and take it as face value. And this is what a lot of black men in America talk about, how it is that those out there would assume that either he dates white or wants to be with a white woman, or they would basically tell him, go find you a white woman. That's some crazy work. And it's the same demographic telling white men who are specifically looking for white women to start looking towards black women. It wasn't that long ago that I covered videos where a black woman on TikTok was sitting up there trying to clown a white dude because he said that he was going on a date in all 50 states and all of the women there were white. And she was mad that he has a preference for his own women. I'm like, how did we get here? I'm like, how are you trying to clown a white dude for wanting to be with white women who are from every single state in the United States? That's wild to me. How would that even be your business? How are you even offended by that? That's, like I said, it's weird directly out here. You said your father didn't like you. He never wanted you to begin with. Stop blaming your mother. He didn't like you. I'm a little bit confused. When did I somebody in the comment section let me know, like, when did I blame my mother for anything? I'm a little bit confused here. See, this is how you know that either you're just dealing with a bot or just a random person typing. Because now you're just saying like anything. That's crazy. Another person said, "Are you that slow? Compare your mom to all of them. That's the problem." Well, what I like to do is that I do the exact same thing that everybody else does, just in the world. Correct? Everybody likes to do a compare and contrast. I'm pretty sure that if you've ever worked a job, you've compared yourself to other workers that don't do the same amount of work. That's the exact same thing I'm doing here. I'm pretty sure whoever it is that you date, I don't know who you are, male or female. I'm pretty sure that you've done comparisons in your mind to who was a good suitor versus who was not, to who was might have been questionable, or somebody that might have been in the middle. I'm pretty sure that you've done comparisons of a house that you wanted to live in and compared that to all the other houses. When technically, all houses, just should just be a house. There should be no judgments. But again, there's different qualities that are there that would make people want to specifically live there. There's different qualities dealing with jobs to make people want to actually work them because they see certain types of benefits there. There's different qualities in suitors. This is why people choose to either stay dating the same person, or they will subtract themselves from the situation and become single. So again, I'm doing the same compare and contrast that normally people will sit up there and do in everyday life. So I'm not sure exactly how I'm missing the mark directly on that. Like I said, I'm doing something that was created before I was even born. So let's keep going. Another person said, "I'm kind of glad that men are opening up and having conversations about how they feel because they didn't." And then that's where it stops. Another person said, "If a man chooses to walk away from his family, that is on him and not the woman." And then Mo said, "Stalled him out, said your mom's probably a no fiends." That's some crazy work. Another person said, same person said, "A lot of young black men took on white men's ideology to hate the women who stayed and not the men who left." You came back and said that men are too feminine. Other person said that the white man teaches you to hate your mama. Wait, the only one who would put up with your mess, enter love, the father who walked out and trust his 20-year excuse for leaving." What? At this point in time, like, what type of AI are you at this moment in time? Are you like the 2.0, or are you at like the 5.3 of things? Because I feel like you're on like an alpha or a beta stage at this moment, because you're just like rambling off and really not making any type of sense at all. Like I said, I have not blamed my mom for anything. Realistically, I've given my mom immense credit um, for a lot of things, especially like I said before, the love I have for black women. But again, no matter how many times I say that, these clowns right here don't hear that. They don't hear that because they hear a black man critiquing the opinions of, quote unquote, again, air quotes, black women. Because again, I don't know if they're black American or not. These could be women from other places. Because again, I've covered videos where X accounts have been found who specifically revolve around content hating on black American men and talking about them in a negative light, all different types of ways. Those were, quote unquote, women from Spain, India, Africa, Asia Pacific, however it is that they had it. Like, they're not even actually based here, and they still have black American women subscribed and following those women speaking that rhetoric, and those women have never, more than likely, ever came in contact with a black American man. But like I said, I shouldn't cover or talk about that because it's, black men are, Another person said, "Everybody wants to be grown, but to be grown is to involve and have conversation with emotional intelligence." That is true. This person came back and said that the one that the trauma that you clearly have that you ignored. What? what are we talking about? What are we talking about at this moment? Like, how do we, what are we even talking about right now? Somebody said, you said that you don't have a black father in your life, and I still care about the plight of black men. Do you not understand that I just literally said the same thing earlier, where I said that my father wasn't in my life up until later, and I still stand 10 toes down for the positive black men out there, for the fathers, for the stuff. This is how I know that y'all just like, hearing yourselves talk. Y'all don't listen to nothing at all. Anytime you hear the voice of a black man critiquing a black woman, you automatically believe it to be hate. You believe it that the it's the most negative feelings directly out there. And like I said, a lot of y'all need therapy. A lot of y'all need therapy. Like I said, I know how to separate certain things. Like I said, been through relationships and stuff, directly from, childhood, being with, girls, in middle school and in high school. And also the same thing being a grown man, dealing with women. I know how to separate those folks that I've dealt with versus the other women that are specifically out here. For whatever reason, when I read and look at these comments, it seems as though that women out here don't know how to do that same separation. And this is why it's very weird when I see a lot of women out here going on social media. They got the same story. Black men bad. Black men abandoned me. Black man didn't do this. Black man didn't do that. I'm like, it just seems as though that everybody's picking the exact same black man. I'm like, because it's crazy how everybody got the same script. But, we ain't going to talk about that, though. We're not going to talk about. So, okay. So you said, after everything I said, right, you come back and you're talking about just celebrate yourselves as males. So you're telling me that I don't even have the right to celebrate my mother who gave birth to me? Is that where we're moving to at this moment in time? Is that how stupid we're getting at this moment? That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. You said love each other as black males. Stop waiting on others to love y'all. The craziest part about you saying that is that when black men say that they love each other or that they got love for another black man out here, y'all the first ones to sit up there and say that those black men are gay. When black men spend too much time with each other, y'all try to say that they on the DL or that they're gay. So it's crazy for you to come up here and talk about like, oh, black men, just stay away from us. Just go love yourself. Love each other. Stop waiting on us to sit up there and love you. That's crazy work. That is diabolical. Another person said, because black men, I have not experienced a father figure or good black men in my life. I shouldn't show black men love. I guess you're trying to go back and redo what it is that I said, even though you still didn't get the point. You said, okay, black women. So since we didn't have fathers and we are mistreated by black men, we should take our love to other races. Ma'am, did you not realize the fact that you're on a channel that has covered the whole topic of divestors? So, I mean, you're not really in a sense saying anything. You're not really, doing a gotcha moment, because I clearly stated again for the dumbs in the background, even without my father specifically being there, I still stand up for and respect black men that are fathers that are present, irregardless of my situation, because my situation has nothing to do with the other black men directly out there. It's an isolated situation, meaning that it's specifically dealing with me. But you're still rambling and you're still talking and it doesn't make any type of sense. I think you're drunk. Well, focus on yourselves. Third Eye said, $10 says you that these are trolls and or bots, most likely not based in America, probably out of Istanbul or something like that. Yeah, I believe you. Because it's pretty much, when you look at the comments, it's pretty much the exact same rhetoric. It's the exact same talk that you just so happen to see. So the same person came back, right? And they were like, so as black women who experience bad stuff with black men and fatherlessness, we should take our love elsewhere. Don't advocate for black men. Um, Oh, Miss Mitchell said, please excuse the errors in the last comment. Sometimes when typing, words are mysteriously added. Yeah, that's like that's the autocorrect that normally happens on cell phones. So whenever you happen to, let's say, like do voice to text, or you just so happen to type real fast, it'll autocorrect and then sometimes add more words directly to whatever it is that you're trying to, type. So yeah, trust me, I understand. Yo, D Money, what is up? What is up? What is up? She came back and said, the ones that are there do not perform well. I have brothers. I take care of my brother. My mother takes care of my brothers. They do not work or do any. What are we even talking about? You're talking about your isolated incident. You're just like the other previous woman. Hold on, let me go back here. Where is that woman at? You sound just like this woman here.
I'm
You sound like this woman here who decided to just come on social media and start talking about her brother. And she wanted to state how much more of a leader or whatnot or whatever that she is than her brother. It again doesn't even make any type of sense. You're coming up here, whatever situation that you guys specifically in your family, and you want to tell the public of this is how little you think directly of your brother and all these other and yada yada. That's a family issue. Like I don't understand what you want me to do with that, nor what does that have to even do with me. That's a family issue that y'all should be specifically dealing with in house. Like I'm not even sure what you want me to do with that. You are triggered today. You said we don't need you people. Yeah, we don't need you people. We don't need you blacks. Speaking on women. Speak to other males. The funny thing about you, Divine, is the most interesting thing is that when I've done videos in the past, when I specifically stayed and I was talking about white men and the things that they were doing in America and around the world, it would be women like you that would come up and tell me that, yo, why are you so fixated on white men? You need to be talking about the black men and what it is that they're not doing in the community, and how it is that they're not leaders and providers, they're not fathers, they're not anything but just a cancer in the black community, and this that and the third and all these other types of things. And those same black men are now a cancer to all the other women in other communities. Like it's crazy how y'all want to come directly through and y'all want to try to shift some things because you feeling uncomfortable, you're feeling uneasy about the conversation. That's a little bit wild to me, knowing the fact that you're a grown woman. That's crazy. Another one said, many of us in our lives have not seen good black men. I want you to know that. And I'm not just talking about in relationships, I'm talking about in our neighborhoods. And what I'm talking about is as a black man who's been around black men, who has, been positively influenced by black male role models, that there are good black men. If you as a black woman has never seen a good black man, I don't know what to tell you. Talk to God about that. Talk to God about that. Like he put you in that community, he put you to that family. I don't know what else to sit up there and tell you, because you're listening to somebody, a black male that was raised in a single parent household, and I was still able to find and see positive black males in my community, in and around my community, and also in my family. For you to get on here and sit up there and say that there is no men at all for you to spot, brother, that's a problem on you. That just means that you don't want to see it. That's all that is. That's all that means. You're not specifically looking for it. Because at the end of the day, what more than likely happened is that you have some imperfections about yourself. And that if there is a good black man that shows up in front of you, you're not going to be able to tear him apart, because there's nothing to tear apart. Unbreakable. It's going to be a reflective mirror that's going to be shining right back at you. You're going to have to peer into and look at your own reflection. And like a vampire, you're going to be scared of the light. You're going to be going back into the shadows, because you feel that as the woman that you are now, that you don't need to be corrected. You don't need to be critiqued. You don't need to move or mix anything around, that you are fine the way that you are, and you're not going to change for nobody. This is the reason that you can't seemingly find, at least in my opinion, a positive, good black man. So then you came back. You were like, there are not a lot of black men who step up. I think, what is it supposed to be, at least in the community in which I live and where I've seen a tremendous amount of fathers, black ones, step up. You have to realize that. That sounds like a personal problem because, again, as I stated before, even as a young man, and I wasn't raised specifically to do this, I specifically gave young black girls out here who had children, who got pregnant at young ages, I gave them a chance. So again, I need y'all to shut up with all of this woe is me with this tiny violin type stuff. Cause like, this is crazy. It's y'all talking. This is like, y'all been saying the same thing for like 30, 40, 50, or whatever years. It's the exact same story. And I'm like, dog, nobody has. So we don't have no black women out here that got a different story. Like this is all that it is. No positive black role models, no positive black men, no stepfathers directly out there, no positive uncles, no grandfathers, stepbrothers, not even male friend. Like, come on, dog, miss me with that. Like I said, I done been through my fair share of stuff with women, but I'm like, I'm not about to sit up there and be stupid online and make it seem like, oh yeah, this is every single black woman directly out here. I'm not like, no, I don't got no time for that. Like maybe like those older black dudes, like, yeah, that's them. That's the type of time that they're on because they clowns. They don't want to seek therapy. They don't know how to compartmentalize it and put stuff directly to the side and leave that be the situation that it came directly from instead of trying to generalize. But right here, what I'm looking at, and you're speaking directly to a black male, and I'm trying to be as cordial as possible. Y'all just talking crazy, just in general about black men. You sitting up here talking like this, and then the other one coming through talking about, oh, just stay directly on the men. Don't sit up there and celebrate us women. Don't you ever in your life as a black woman roll up here to my channel and try to tell me that I should never sit up there and positively talk about or celebrate my mother. Don't you ever sit up there and do that. That's how I know that a lot of you clowns ain't even really for black women. That's how I know that, because you say such foolishness such as that. Like, that's crazy to me. That's wild to me. And then you got the nerve. You want to call yourself a goddess. A goddess of what? Empty space? Because that's what you're taking up at this moment in time. Because you're not saying nothing. You're not even adding anything to the conversation. You're just being argumentative for the sake of just being argumentative. Like, it's like, yo, this is wild. Yo, Judah, what is up? What is up? Other person said, that's a lie. Black men just show up and everybody gives them accolades just for them showing up. You're a liar. Dog, what are you talking about, brother? What do you like? I want you to understand something, right? Me trying to even just be in the role of a stepfather, I had, quote unquote, my own friends sit up there and tell me that I would never be a father, telling me that I'm not a father, telling me that I'm just playing a father. Y'all don't even understand how hurtful that is when you're trying to, within yourself as a man, you're trying to do what you feel is the right thing to sit up there and do. And you're giving somebody an honest shot, an honest chance. And the people in your own community, people who are supposed to be your friends, are shooting you down and telling you otherwise. And try, you know, you're not going to actually be a real parent. You're never actually going to understand what that is, because it's not really your child. Like to hear people continuously tell you some garbage like that, but then at the same time, this is the same community that's telling black men like, oh, we need you to step up to and to be stepfathers to help us raise these kids. That was a bad. Y'all can't even make up your mind. Y'all just saying anything just to say anything. Like somebody said earlier in the comment section, y'all don't really actually care about black men, because the ones that do actually step up, y'all give them the hardest times possible. Y'all try to tell them, you know, not to sit up there and do it. They can't sit up there and do it. You'll never be considered. And then you wonder why it is that you see black men now not wanting to sit up there and do this whole thing of being a stepfather, a big brother, trying to be there for the young boys or the young kids directly out there. You wonder why. Like I said, you are the leader of your own demise because of your mouth, and you don't know how to control it. You just keep running it and just saying anything because you feel like you can. Not because it's logical, not because it's factual, but just because you feel because you're in your feelings and you feel like you can. You have a whole bunch of birds that will sit up there and agree directly with you in the background. That's crazy. And a lot of times, like, y'all up here speaking, y'all are older than me. And this is how y'all come directly up. And like somebody said, it's funny to sit up there and talk about what black men picked up from white men, but black women picked up feminism from white women. So basically, we're two peas in the same pod. But one basically feels that they're on the right trajectory, and then they feel that the other is on the wrong one, even though both did the exact same thing. But like most women will sit up there and say on some of the podcasts that if they see a black man with a white woman, that they find him to be weak, that there's something weak about him. But then in return, if it's a black woman with a white man, then there's something powerful about her. She's taken back her identity. She's found love. She found who it is that she is and where it is that she belongs to. Crazy work. Crazy work how people just want to rewrite stuff specifically because they're doing it. That's wild. That is 1000% wild. So then you came back, you said the only time many black men decide to want to take care of children as if it's socially acceptable by having racially ambiguous kids. I guess so. I guess so, brother. You said I see YouTube videos all the time with black families. I'm talking about in the real world. So, wait. So, so let me get this straight. So the only time that a black family exists is online. In real life, we don't have black men and women get married. We don't have black men taking care. Okay. All right, brother. All right, you got it. Brother. So the feminist was like, yo, women need to focus on their careers and invest in themselves. Okay. I'm not sure what specifically. All right. You said you want to hear us say positive things about black fathers. Black fathers are amazing and they are incredible, but we're not going to sit here and lie to make you feel comfortable. I didn't ask you to say anything positive. I didn't. It's just funny that the sarcasm that you want to bring when I did bring that up, this is the response specifically that you have. This is why people have villain arcs. This is why I've had villain arcs directly on this channel. This is for anybody that, again, is entertained by this, no problem. But to further expound upon this is why that SEIJIHITO has had villain arcs directly here. Because you got this type of stuff that appears directly here. And again, I'm all for conversation. No problem. But again, it's crazy to me that people like this never get tired of just having negative energy. It's like they're just, it's nothing but chaos. They in a sense live in feed. That's the only way that they know how to survive. They don't know anything else different. This person here is clear cut stating that she has never seen or don't even know anything about positive black men or positive black male role models at all. Never in life at all, ever. And I'm all right. Like I said, you got to talk to God about that, brother. I don't know what to tell you. It's crazy. I guess you must be responding to somebody else. You told them to what? Focus on the black women who y'all say are masculine. Y'all focus on all the negative when it comes to black women. So too bad. I guess you're only specifically speaking on the black men that you choose to tune into, because whatever your algorithm is, it's to specifically show you how black women feel or their responses to black men, and how it is that those minority of black men feel about black women, either if that's their genuine feelings or if it's a response to what black women have been doing over like the last 30 or whatever years by way of television, such as Ricky Lake, such as Oprah, Jerry Springer, The Maury Show, whatever it is, right? You know what? I'm going to let that one be. You got it on that one. This is some wild work. You said black men don't like when black women can do to them what they do. What are you even talking about? Brother, I need you to seek therapy on just like real conversation. My dear, you need to go seek some therapy. You need to realistically go talk to somebody. Um Again, no matter what it is that I've gone through, I can't sit up there and say that I hate black women. Like that's not in the fiber of my being. That doesn't exist. It wouldn't even make sense. For you to have the type of negativity and animosity there, you have some underlining things that you need to go talk to a therapist, preferably a female therapist, about, and you need to work through that. I'm not sure if it was your father, your brother, whatever men there failed you in life or in a relationship. You need to honestly go seek some type of therapy. And even with that, I'm not even sure if a therapist can help you. Even if you were to go find or seek out religion, I don't know what deity or God it would be that you would even worship from that religion. I don't even think that they would have the power to even help or fix you at all either. Um, like I said, you are on the most loneliest journey that is ever going to take place, because you are never at this moment in time with how it is that you're speaking to me that I'm able to view at this moment in time. You're never going to be healed, and you're never going to find the proper things that you specifically want directly out of life. You're just not. And that's just being honest. Like that is wild. That is wild. He said, well, I didn't know you were alive. That's why I didn't show up until now. And then I sat in long enough to hear stuff I am here for. Oh, oh, you said they from Afghanistan? Ah, that makes sense. That's see, that makes all the sense in the world. Because I'm like, yo, English is not the first language here. Because I'm like the amount of, and I'm not even like the grammar police, because I know I can make mistakes, but I'm like, Lord, I'm like, I had to fight myself to basically read some of those sentences. I had to make sure that I wasn't misreading myself. I'm like, that's crazy. Now it is wild. That is crazy. You all the way from Afghanistan sitting up there trolling online. Ah, look at that. That is wild. That is wild. That is wild. And then we got Divine, I guess, co-signing somebody. Instead of your black daddy who abandoned y'all. Oh, yo, it's crazy. And what Druda is saying is true. When a man opens up his so-called feelings, a woman will use it against him, and that's a bad idea. That's facts, though. That is facts. It will be used, against you. It'd be like that, though. It'd be like that. And let me see. You don't have room to critique anyone, but yo, this is a crazy. Like I said, from those who are in other countries and y'all, come directly to black channels, you do realize that you can't sit up there and decide to tell somebody like, all right, we don't want you focusing on black women, just focus on black men. But then you want to move the goalposts again and be like, you don't have room to critique anyone. So what am I supposed to talk about? Air? Like, are y'all stupid? Yo, y'all are some straight weirdos out here. This is crazy. It's entertaining for me though. Yo, that is wild. That is wild. You said that's the problem. You don't critique your own mother. The crazy part is I've questioned my mom about a lot of stuff. Unbeknownst to you, right? But again, as stated before, I can't sit up there and fault my mother for the decisions of somebody else. Just like for me, I decided to give, black women out here who got, kids a shot, you know. It's the exact same thing. That was a decision I decided to make as a person. I can't sit up there and tell another person like, "Yo, you're at fault for this, this, that, and the third," when you have two people that are a part of something, and everybody got feelings, everybody got their, own emotions, everybody got their own ideas, and whatever. Like I said before, that's crazy work. Because it's funny how you want to say that I don't critique my mother, but at the same time, when I'm listing the positive attributes, right? When I'm listing the things that I'm proud of, right? The things that I love about my mom. It's funny that when I list those things, you want to try to dim that somehow. Don't really think that I know you're not a black woman. Yeah, that's another one there, or you're from somewhere else. I know that one. You said, or you could be dealing with a person that's stating facts. You didn't state any facts at all. You're a bot. Just to be real, you've been outed as a Afghani. There's nothing more for you to even say here. You're not even Black American. I'm not even sure. Did you not get the memo? Did you not understand that we know that you are based from Afghanistan? This conversation is not even for you. Like I said, now if you want to start talking about how over there in those countries they view little boys as prizes. Now, if you want to start getting directly on that, we can have that conversation, but I'm pretty sure you want to do that. Pretty sure you want to go there. So I, just stay directly where you are. You said you soft, you keep the problems. The funniest thing is this person here, you are either a captain with all of your capes on, you're other, or you're a bot. Or a combination of all three. Because usually the terminology soft, you usually hear that from like a lot of dudes. They want to come at a dude in a certain type of way, but like, yo, man, you soft, you this, you that, Oh, I'm like, this really my guy. Whoever you are, this isn't for you either. Third Eye said that profile with the woman in red screams AI. I believe it. Let me see. He said we don't care about a white man dating white women. Actually, you got those out there that do. It'll be like that. Let me see what else we got directly up here. He said this is about you crying about women not celebrating black males. Celebrate yourself, brother. What are you talking about? Jesus Christ. Somebody said I get along with men if they are smart. Chip said my father wasn't in my life either. My mother told me he had passed away. I was 8 years old, but then when I turned 21, my dad came looking for me. It'd be like that. Let me see. Let me go to Chips. He said just because black people talk about or conversate about experiences doesn't make us weak or traumatized. Right? I'm just going to skip over the normal ones we've been looking at. Chip said, I always had good black men in my life. My uncles, my grandfather, and my cousins. He was all good to me, and I ain't have no black man issues. Thank God. See, the reason why that is because your energy is probably different. You have a lot of women out here who don't know how to specifically, change their energy or actually have an understanding of that. A lot of women say that they do, but really don't. This is why they also have, friends that don't mean the best directly for them. This is why they got hating, mean-spirited friends that really are wishing directly on their downfall because their energy is jacked. This is why those exact same women can always attract the exact same quote unquote negative stereotypical black men that you hear all of these other women out there on social media always talking about. But yet I've not heard a plethora of women out here talking about their energy is just so grand and great that all that they attract is good black men. I've yet to see it. I've yet to see hundreds of thousands of these same women out here say that. It is yet to happen. It is yet to happen. But yet a lot of them say that they got, they're in control of their energy and all of this other type of, yeah, all right. You got it. That is wild. Skipping past you. Skip past that. You said, To Love said, I know good black men. I just know men like women. I can't be with anyone who gives their body away, STDs. No, that's understandable. I get that. I get that. Chocolate said that's true. Most women are gay attached and they've never been around men that have actually speak their minds and emotional feelings. Yeah. Let me see. I guess Miss Simmons said that I have a black father and grandfather, and they were good dads till they died. Two Love said, "Can you see me?" No, yeah, I can see you. I read your I'm just not catching up, but yeah, I read your comment earlier. RY said, "Who is you people?" Miss Chocolate says she's traumatized, and talking about one of the other people above says she's traumatized and needs to go and heal. Yeah. If it's a bot or whatever it is, yeah. Like I said, it's wild work directly out here. Like I said, it's crazy to me that Brother Carl said she almost called us Negroes. Yeah. That's why I put that directly in there, because as soon as I read it, I'm like, yeah, I feel like that's where you were going anyway. So let me just put that directly in there. Miss Simmons said that I know what a good black man is, but just because they're good black men don't mean that they are my match. I mean, like I said, I don't know what to tell people. I mean, maybe you might have a preference. I mean, so maybe it might not be a good black man you're looking for. Maybe it's a quote unquote good man of another race. I don't know, but I could have sworn, that for the black women out there that want to date black men, that they wanted, a genuine or emotionally there, sympathetic, understanding black male. But like I said, to each their own. To each their own. Like I said, as long as people not sitting up there bad mouthing, I don't got no problems. Yo, Miss Burgers 33 said I have 3 sons and I have 3 sons and they are perfect, but I feel privileged to have them. People are just evil. It be like that. Shout out to your sons. Shout out to you and your sons. But yeah, it be like that. It 100% be like that. RS said there are or the black women hate black men. We don't like that company. That's bars. That is bars. Like, it makes no sense. Like I said, I try to convey some stuff directly to people, bot or not. But again, just in general, trying to convey certain sentiments, and it'd be like that. Go past the Afghani, go down to this one. She says she's tripping. There's a million good black men out there, and she has to open her eyes. Yeah. Yep. Oh snap! Wait, Sham, are you here? Your best friend popped up in a comment section. That is wow. Hold on, let me try to. Yeah, I wonder if Sham saw that. Let me see. Is Sham still here? I gotta pull directly through to the bottom of the comment section. To the bottom. Whoo. To the bottom of the comment section. I think Sham might be there. Oddly enough, Sham, remember the dude that we talked about before? Oh, says I gotta go. Oh man. Hopefully feel better, Sham. Feel better, Sham. I know you're not feeling good. So you gotta take care. That's the main thing I was telling you. You gotta you gotta sit up there and take care of yourself. You know. I think where was I at? I think it was at like 5. I gotta go back here. Cause crazy enough, sit up there and have somebody. Wait, where were we at? 5:35. You said you're blessed, Seji. I don't talk to my mom. Sorry to hear about that. Sorry to hear about that. Shout out to Gail. What is up, Gail? What is up, Gail? What is up? What is up? What is up? Let me see. Now I gotta roll back. Yeah, I gotta roll back down. I think we were closer to like the 40 or the 50 mark or something like that. But yeah, Sham, there was a person, like I said, I ain't about to give to folks too much too much light, but there's somebody that you know of that pulled up to the scene in the comment section, deciding to leave a comment. Crazy work. Diabolical. Diabolical. Ms. Berger said because the government gives them grants and welfare, right? Another person said, I feel like as a woman, you really have to know yourself. Men too, and men have demons. I get that. Yeah. I get you on that. I understand you. Past the trolls. Another said fake Nikki. Oh, she's talking about the woman from earlier. I got you. Let me see. What are we? Organization resources. I'm a little bit confused. So let me get this straight. So the same person that you said should fixate and focus directly on black men only, and that I should not celebrate or show any love and appreciation at all for my mother for what it is that she did and how it is that she raised me. You're now pulling up to the scene asking me, do I have an organization that has resources to help single moms? What kind of a chance? I don't even. Yeah, y'all bots. Y'all are bots. It was fun at one point. It was very much fun at one point. Ms. Simmons said, I know good black men, so I don't know what these women are talking about. Cassie said, I love men. I've been hurt. Hate hear women talk about men like that. Third said, she talking about black men in her island/home country. She is an American. That's crazy. That is crazy. That's crazy. Let me see. Somebody says she's crashing out. Yeah. Gail was like, say she's supposed to be an ex-girlfriend. That's wild, Gail. Yeah, what is up, Gail? Timothy said, I'm from the hood, and every homeowner that was in my neighborhood was a black man providing for his family. Yep. And even in the neighborhood that I was in, like, I saw too many black men that had homes. I'm like, it's crazy to me. Like I said, there's a lot of narratives out there that people just would rather believe versus not just go and look, directly into. It's crazy work. Other crazy thing is when you happen to ignore people, this is when they want to get louder and louder and start, talking more and more. Chocolate said they probably didn't see no black men being good, but the problem is they probably haven't been treated well by a black man. And I'm going to be real. I'm going to just say that one right there is a personal problem. Because I put it like this: if a black man basically states he wasn't treated well by a black woman, I'm like, dog, you need to correct your energy. You need to move differently. You need to more than likely check yourself, look directly in the mirror, and move some stuff around, and go from there. And if you're still getting the same result, go back and fix yourself. And the exact same thing that I've been saying to men is the exact same thing I've said to women as well. But for whatever reason, when it specifically deals with black women, people are like, oh no, I'm a black woman, I'm perfect, I don't need to change anything. It's black men that needs to actually change and evolve and do this and do that. They need to play catch up. And I'm like, so out of everybody on this planet that needs to fix themselves or change some things in order to be evolve or become a better person, you as is are just fine. You don't need to evolve, you don't need to take another step, or you don't need to take 2 steps back to observe and look at. You got it. Like I said, this is why it's very tough to have conversations directly with people, because they don't want to listen. They don't want to pay attention to anything that other folks have to legitimately say. Like I said, too many people think that they're just perfect as is and that they don't need any work. That's crazy. That is diabolical. Let me see. We got still crash outs directly in there. Yo, what is up, Dr. Sharon? Much love, respect, and appreciation. You said, I see many good black men. Although I experience crappy relationships, I still see the good ones. Like I said, and that's the same thing. That's pretty much what I said earlier. No matter the experiences that I've had and faced in conversations, I can still see good black women here. Again, this is why I have black women who are the main majority of the moderators on this channel. Like I said, like it's crazy out here when people just want to run them up. I love it though. Like I said, all it does is further prove points. Caveman says you just block the trolls. No, I mean it's entertainment for other people. You gotta keep the people entertained, and put the different conversations directly out there. I'm a little bit confused. Let me hold on. So you there. The number 2, you said, do you like women? Who specifically are you asking this question to? This is what I'm confused about. This is what I'm confused about. I'm just a little bit confused. Like I need some answers. I need some answers real quick, because you said no, not true, not online. RY said no, not the birds. Oh yeah, okay. I know where RY is in the video. I mean, I've always stated that I'm Black American. So I don't know what else to sit up there and tell you, but thank you for trying to question who it is that I am. Better yet, how about this, right? Because you say that I'm not Black American or whatnot, whatever. Go through and just do your due diligence and basically prove that I'm other. That's your task. Like I said, I perform and do my tasks, every single day. If you're going to facilitate a claim, I expect you to be able to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt. So that should be pretty easy for you to do. If you can easily make this claim, directly on social media, I expect to see, fields and boatloads of proof directly there, especially my country and place of origin. What plane or ship that I took, in order to specifically get here, quote unquote, as a non-FBA or Black. I expect to see all of that stuff, just saying. Dr. Sharon said, I was told in my late 20s to not read the magazine articles about Black men. Those articles are not the truth to reality. That's true. Let me see what else we got. Ms. Berger said, no Jamaican farms in the United States. RS said, a Black woman can destroy a relationship in 3 seconds from a mouthpiece. Show me love better than the white man, Black woman. Mm. We got people still crashing out. Kenny Mack said, "Man, people are hurt out here." Yeah, that's facts. That is facts. That is bars. Yo, we got bots botting out. Now it's, are you a white girl? Yo, these bots are beautiful. Let me tell you. So I need somebody to work on their algorithm. Y'all gotta rewire that bot. You gotta rewire that bot. Let me tell you something. Yo, that's crazy. Yo, that is wild. I like that one. That's that's a new one. I never had somebody ask me, "Am I a white woman?" That's wild. That is wild. RY said, "Peace out, everyone. I had to leave. No problem. No problem." Wait. Third Eye said, "Thanks to whichever my got the other one out of here." Ah, it's cold blooded. Um, Let me see. Still crashing out. Hey, we got Miss Anderson in the building. What is up, Miss Anderson? Taking a little break from more than likely work. Said, girl, go find a life. You hurt, but this isn't the therapy space you need." Yo, that is wild. That is wild. Yo, Timothy, what is up? You said I'll speak all my personal childhood. I had tremendous amounts of black male role models, principals, teachers, coaches, pastors, and my grandfather, uncles, and so on. That's facts. That is facts. Like I said, whenever you want to happen to talk positively about black men directly out here, you'll get stuff like this. You get people wanting to hear the negative because that's either what they're conditioned to, what they're indoctrinated into, or what they're used to, or what they specifically bring into their point of view, because that's all they believe and want to believe. Like I said, it's crazy. um Let me see. Now, I'm just going to respond to this because, again, I'm going to be cordial because it doesn't say you're not atting anybody. So I'm thinking that you're more than likely replying to me because I specifically was here talking about my mother, my experiences, and things of that sort. Like I said, my mom still supports me on anything that I do still to this day, with love and support. You say your mother probably didn't do so good either. She probably just looked like she did. You don't know what your mother's been through behind you. I want you to understand that I was pretty much there. So it doesn't matter if a tear dropped, yelling, emotionally, I was able to see it. We were in the same house. I want you to understand that. You can hear directly through the walls if somebody is crying, if somebody is wanting to let out a yell or a scream because of frustration or whatnot. So to sit up there and say that, I probably don't know, it would be a theory on your end. Again, not knowing how I grew up, what the situation is, what the house was even like, or the apartment. Like, it's a theory. Like I said, my mom would be able to tell you that I've seen and understood and heard a lot of conversations, and I do mean a lot. And I saw a lot more as I got older. Um, so I know a lot more than what I understood as a child. I could sit up there and tell you that. So I have a deeper understanding of what my mom had to, go through and technically endure mentally, when it dealt with certain things, especially when it dealt with her dealing with my grandmother and the things that my grandmother would specifically say, and how disrespectful my grandmother was to my mother. Right? And my grandmother wasn't just disrespectful. She was majorly disrespectful to my mother because that she was, close proximity. She was also disrespectful to uh my mom's sisters, my grandmother's other daughters. Um So yeah, like I said, I have much more of an understanding as an adult of a lot of things. So again, this is again, why I speak the way that I do, and why I cover certain topics, and especially when it deals with the mother daughter relationships, because as a son, being around that and be able to understand that, and to see how a mother would treat a daughter, it's like, yo, that's wild to me. Like, there's a lot of things that you should never sit up there and say towards a daughter. And then on top of that, to say those same horrible things in front of complete strangers, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. But like I said before, a lot of folks out here don't want to actually go over those things and talk about that. They feel that, oh, that's only for girls and women to talk about. You're a man, you don't have an understanding. I was able to see it. So how you gonna say I can't talk about it? I was literally there to experience it. I wasn't the main person, but I was there visually, seeing it, hearing it. I could feel the emotion go through my body. Like I said, it's crazy. Um, let me see. Let me keep going. Let me just. Yeah, third set. Seji is 20 minutes behind. Yeah. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. I'm working through. I'm trying to go through. Uh, They say statistically, they tell you you should be better than your parents, but how can you be better than the parents? I think you should be yourself. Just be yourself, and it's easier. Let me see. D Money said somebody got a pro black channel but wants to divest. But that's the normal thing though. That's the normal thing that I've talked about here. How all of the women that are quote unquote ultra pro black, they're quote unquote dating somebody else, but they say that has no effect on them being pro black. But realistically, those women are not pro black. They're pro black women, and they're pro black children, or more so specifically female children. So like I said, it's a lot of specifics when it deals with these things. Like I said, it's crazy though, but it be like that though. RS said my dad has been with my mother for over 40 years. That is dope. That is dope. Let me see. What else we got? Somebody, let me see. Max said we living on Planet Goofy. Yeah. Chocolate said I do see black men going out and beyond for other white women than they do black women. I do see that now. Wait, what? Huh? Wait up. We were going down like a nice smooth line. We might have been like hitting some hiccups, and then we arrived here where it was like, yo, realistically, I've been seeing black men go above and beyond for white women. Why is that? Word? Oh man, that is crazy. That is wild work. I love it though. And they do, and also I see you said I see how black men do disrespect black women. They do, and also I see black men dating white women and doing more than they would have do for the black woman, and they do it without asking. What relationships? This is what I'm trying to figure out, right? Minus the NBA and the NFL, which for whatever reason, every single time the draft comes up, it's a field of black divestors online, specifically talking about young black dudes and who it is that they dating and who it is that they with. Minus those guys with all of that money and that celebrity, why is it right? And I'm not talking about the disrespectful part, because again, I call that stuff out. Nobody should be disrespectful. That means both black men and black women. Y'all should not be disrespectful to each other. If y'all got a preference, it is what it is. Leave it as that. You shouldn't have to prop up your preference by talking down on the other side. But when I even talk about that, both of y'all want to sit up there and try to move the goalposts and give justifications on why it is that you can say this. Y'all both stupid. That's the best way I could put it. for the black men that decide that they want to talk about black women while dating white women and other, you're stupid. For the black women that want to talk while dating white men, you want to talk about black men online, you're stupid. Both of y'all are stupid. Both of y'all are stupid. It's literally, it's that simple. You both are idiots. You can't just even stay on topic without bringing each other up, even though y'all say that y'all don't love or like each other. You still talk about each other while being with your preference. You are stupid. You are dummies, idiots. Like there's no other way that I can sit up there and put it. And y'all are too old. Y'all sitting up here 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s online going back and forth like you're seventh graders. Like it's crazy out here. But y'all say that y'all not interested in each other. That's like how Helga Pataki on Hey Arnold will consistently try to beat up and go after Hey Arnold after saying that she wasn't interested. Mind you, she got a whole bubblegum idol of Hey Arnold in her closet. Like, y'all so backwards, dog. Y'all, all of y'all need therapy. All of y'all need therapy. All of y'all need therapy, man. It's crazy. And this is when everything falls apart. I see a lot of black men cater to white women over and beyond what they would have gone. Just say that you are mad that the men that you've dated did not do for you what you see men who date out are doing for white women. Because for whatever reason, you can't seemingly give me an ounce of black men just doing things for black women. You're just like, the only time that black men actually move or do anything is specifically for white women. How it is that folks want to specifically always pay attention to what other people are doing is weird. Again, like I said, I only pay attention to it when people want to start talking negatively about black people in the black community. That's when I start speaking up. If you are just by yourself and you're paying attention to what another person is doing and they're not speaking ill of nobody, mind your business. Like, why are you sitting up there counting what it is that they're doing? Focus on getting you a guy who is going to do what it is that you want that guy to do. Like, that makes no sense. You're focused on men out here that you are not even interested in and making them the focal point. What are we doing? I could have sworn, didn't people sit up there and say that they were supposed to be decentering men or whatnot? Or what are we doing? What just happened? What just happened? Like, this is so crazy out here. This is wild. This is just wild. Let me see what else we got. Biz said, "Ask how much America is paying them to pretend to be black women." That's a good question. That is a very good question. I'm going to put it to you like this: if your son has had that experience, and he's stating that is his experience, you have to question why that is. You have to question why that is. What have you specifically shown your son? Like I said, I can't sit up there and indirectly say that. My mom is always, still to this day, always shows me love and appreciation, right? Always respected me, right? And, female friends, the exact same thing. I got moderators that are currently here, the exact same thing. So I'm a little bit confused directly on that and how it is that you decide to throw your son directly under the bus and try to say like he's the rest in a sense, or put him in a box with the rest of the black dudes out here that you're talking about that do more for like white women. Like it's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird to me. Let me see. Okay, now we're back on track. You said black men ain't the only ones leaving their kids. You got Arabs leaving their kids, Puerto Ricans leaving their kids, white people leaving their kids, and a lot of racial men leave their kids as well. Ty said, "A sham even here." No. She was sick, so she had to go take care of some stuff. Let me see. What else we got here going past the trolls? Keep tending, love your mother. No one is perfect. This world but God. You said every woman in this world think that a black woman until they meet a black. Wait, what? Everyone. Okay, that's a repeat. He said, Sham said, sorry, I had to do a shadow ban. When I catch you got us, you're next. I've had enough of both of you. I'm sick. I don't got nothing to say. Sham is tired. She has been sick for a minute. So if Sham is basically tired, it'd be like that. Third said, is anyone else getting that during the stream? I mean, it probably is happening like that. I mean, that's a good thing. It's it's a positive, but Sham said, okay, I'm still listening, but I got really sick and I have to clean up, but I'm still watching you African trolls. Don't think I won't shut up. Sham said, oh, I got that one already. Said she already gone. Ty said, I'm still waiting for Seji to check Discord. Oh, I didn't even like open Discord. My bad. She said check Discord. Hopefully if it opens up correctly, because I'm not trying to have it affect the stream because I got like a lot of windows open. I'm gonna have to redo this computer at a moment in time. Let me tell you. Let me scroll down. Non-black people are completely making a living off of creating black women and personalities off of AI. This account is an example. They got 2 million. I mean, it'd be like that though. Let me put that directly up there. Shout out for sending this directly up there because this will get added directly to the conversation. Because again, like I said before, you had some clowns up here trying to tell me like, oh, don't sit up there and say anything to black women. Just keep it directly directly on this, that, and the third. So for the black woman out there, this is what people are doing with AI. And the funniest thing is, about four plus years ago, there was another IG account that it was a French guy who made a black or African model, very dark complected, like the woman that you see here. And she had over like 1 million. That AI had over like a million followers. And then to find out that it was a European dude that made it, and they were pocketing a whole bunch of money. They were using the AI to put her in designer dresses and all this other type of stuff and getting sponsorships. It was wild. But like I said, I try to inform folks directly out here of stuff like this. Again, shout out to the Manti for bringing this up. But you try to inform and tell a lot of black women out here about stuff like this, but you can't tell nobody nothing. People don't want to listen. They want to tell you, oh, stay focused on the black men and talk about this and talk about don't talk about anything dealing with black women. So all right, y'all just going to continue getting robbed. Your likeness is going to continually get used, and you're not going to make nothing from it. Like it's crazy. Let me see what else we got. All right, we got some random Russian trolls directly in here. Let me get that up out of here. We ain't doing that. Gail said, fact said you, my kid heard it all except for the other stuff. Yeah, I got you. Ash said I just started to you just turned into the stream. And you said something got your eyes crying out. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yo, old school. What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? Old school said at a young age, most black women give their bodies away to Pookie and Ray Ray, and when they get sick of being used and run through, they come and talk about black men ain't ish. You said you got all of those Asian men and Africans getting women pregnant and leaving those children fatherless, but hardly nobody is talking about that. That's bars. That is bars. Yo, Hack, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? Sham said the same likeness being used to fuel hate of black men and fathers, brothers and uncles that help make us falling for okie doke with white women when their fight ain't ours. That is facts. That is bars. That is bars. Wow, that's crazy. So this man just sent one of the profiles, and this is what it looks like when you go search it up. Right? So you got the avatar and whatnot, whatever. Look at that. Ukraine. Just a girl with a dark side. That's wild. That is wild. And I promise you, they are making buku bucks. They're making buku bucks, and they probably got a whole bunch of advertisers and whatnot trying to knock on the door and, trying to get them to, whatnot or whatever and sponsor this or to show this directly. Shh. Like I said, I be trying to, man, like I said, you can't warn people, don't want to listen. People don't want to listen. It's nothing you can do. It's nothing you can do out here. Like I said, it is wild. It is wild. That's crazy. That bleach picture is crazy. I just saw that hack. Yo, that bleach picture is crazy. That's fired up. You said it's funnier when you see it. Hack said, salute to Seji and Gail. Yeah, what is up? What is up? Shem said basically an AI minstrel show. Yeah. Yep. That is specifically what it is. But let's go back to the random one because we were supposed to have Ben cover that. So let me just switch back to that real quick.
There's your cognitive ability. Have you ever seen a boy mom? Better yet, have you ever seen a boy mom of multiple boys? I watch a lot of true crime, and without fail, the mothers of boys, they will be the mothers of rapists. They will be the mothers of serial unalivers. They will be the mothers of men who do heinous, gruesome, deplorable acts of crime. And the mothers will literally get on the stand, create a statement talking about how great of a son she had, how wonderful of a person she had, and how she's just lost such a great person to the justice system. Meanwhile, this man that she raised has been a terrible human being. I will not run the risk of creating one more individual that is in some way, shape, or form going to cause harm to the earth. I can't. And if a lot of boy moms are being honest, a lot of boy moms are fucking stressed, okay? And a lot of boy moms are living in fear, okay? Can you imagine raising someone who at one point will be big enough to beat your ass? I'm 5'1", okay? I'm small. Even if I were to have a son and my son's like 5'7", 5'8", my son literally could get to that before he even graduates high school. Imagine having to think about disciplining somebody, but in the back of your head, you also have to think about potentially fearing this person that requires your discipline. Because boys need a high level of discipline. They need a high level of rules. Okay? That's another thing. I can't stress myself out like that. Okay? They have way too much testosterone. They play too much. They have no problem getting into high-risk activity. They have no problem breaking the law. I don't have time to deal with that. Okay? And even the women in my family, the ones that have sons, a lot of their sons are dead. Okay? A lot of their sons are dead. The women have outlived the boys far stride in being able to stay alive, okay, in comparison to girls. I can't do that. And a big reason why I believe that the XY chromosome implants into the female brain when she's pregnant with a boy is because the Y chromosome, we already know the Y chromosome is a mutation of the XX chromosome. It has a broken off leg, so it doesn't carry as much genetic material. It's a smaller gene, or it doesn't hold as many genes. It's a smaller chromosome. I believe that the XY chromosome implants in the brain of a woman simply because if you're creating a mutant of a stronger gene,
wow,
the reliance will have to be stronger on the mother for that son's survival.
Wait, so let me. She just literally called, and I want to just preface this because I'm looking at her. I'm like, she's obviously talking about black men. So she just pretty much called all of us pretty much mutants, X-Men. Oh my god. This woman's content is priceless. Priceless. Let's let's get going.
That's the reason why the XY chromosome has to implant in her brain. Because if it didn't, she would not have to have a higher level of survival and instinct to make sure that her son is protected. Right? This is, I think, the reason why a lot of boy moms say that raising a son is easier. Raising a son isn't easier. You just literally have boy mom juice in your brain to make you feel more attached to your son. Meanwhile, a lot of you all don't even do the things that you're supposed to do. Like, really, you should be working times 2 to keep your son in line.
Let me get this straight. So you mean to tell me that women who have sons don't actually love their sons, and the reason why they love their sons is because the male chromosome goes into the woman's brain and basically infects them, takes them over, and forces them to love the. I don't understand how women. Oh, sweet mother of Christ! Yo. Oh my god. So if I'm reading into this correctly, that the only reason that women who have sons are able to love their sons is because of the genetics that come from the man, which then means naturally women are incapable of actually loving men. That's what I'm getting from it. That's where it's going directly to me. That's where I see the road heading. But let's just keep going.
When really it's the opposite, because I feel as though that the Y chromosome being in the brain,
What's up, Sonny?
It gives women a false sense of thinking that they're closer with their son than they really are. When in reality, you just have the Y chromosome in your brain to further strengthen your disciplinarian part in you. This is the reason why I really do feel as though if you have a son, the son needs to go with their father. Okay, and even statistics show that most sons are more impacted by not having a father as opposed to little girls. Sons need a father more than girls do.
So I need somebody to explain to me, how is it possible that the young girls of today that are around their mother emulate any and everything that they see on social media and from Zeus Network, and they end up meeting and having relations with the wrong guy and getting pregnant before marriage and everything else that comes with that, on top of the fact that these same women who are around their mothers are also getting STDs at an incredible rate. I'm a little bit confused. So on one end, people said that fathers were important, correct? People said that fathers need to be in their children's lives. But listening to this woman here, she's like, no, realistically, what needs to happen is that fathers only need to be present in the male's lives. A man is not needed to be in a daughter's life at all. That's great. Hey, wow. And going back to the first video that I gave y'all earlier, where a woman said that women are meant to lead, this is the leader right there. This is a female leader right there that is telling you that men are not needed in a daughter's life. There are specific roles. Men, you go raise the boys. Women will sit up there and take care of the daughters. But then if the daughter ends up being pregnant or something happens, then people like, but yo, where was the father to sit up there and protect her, to teach her about the other men directly out here, to do this and to woo. This is whoo. Let's keep going though.
And I feel like a large reason for that is because there is a stronger disciplinarian element in a man that a woman can just not do. Okay, a lot of that extra Y chromosome being in the brain, a lot of that is just going to do more nurturing. It's just going to give the son more nurturing. I don't know if you looked at the state of our world. I don't know if you looked at the situations that have happened in just the week alone. Okay, the stabbings in Walmart, the shootings in New York City. I mean, all men did all those things. Okay, let's just keep it a buck. Men did all those things. The last thing that men need is more nurturing. Okay, they don't need to be nurtured to not be a serial unaliver, or to go into schools or public establishments or shopping malls and pew up the place. All right, they don't need any more nurturing to be able to do that. They need cold, hard, disciplinarian, prison-like parenting. I always say they need to start in prison and work their way the out.
So we're gonna use a generalization. Now, of course, statistically speaking, we know who commits crimes directly out here, and violent crimes and that of the such, right? So you're going to take that and you're going to blanketly place that on sons that have no effect on this world, that are just born, that have just opened their eyes. And you're like, yo, what needs to happen with these little infant males, you need to put them basically in a type of prison and have them basically work on proving that they're innocent. What are we talking about right now? And this is a female leader. This is the thought process, that every male is basically guilty until they prove themselves innocent. That's where we're at. How do we get here? How do we get here? Like what even is this? Female leader though. Female leader. Somebody said earlier in another video that women are meant and built to lead, and men are just meant to follow. Anybody out there, any woman out there that got a son, I want you to know, if she was the actual leader out here, she would literally put your sons in prisons, and they would have to work themselves to the bone to prove that they are actually a decent man. I don't even know how that would even work. I don't even know how you would facilitate that. I'm not even. Woo.
I don't care if they're in prison until they're 40. They have to show day in and day out. And then if they go under 24 hours without being on par, they get locked back up in prison. Like, it's not even a free for all. Like, they don't even get the key to like be free from prison and then not ever have to go back. Like, no, like if you up, you're going right back to prison. I don't care if you were only free for 3 hours, you up and you did something, you're going right back.
This is what at this point, like I said before and earlier, for the women out there that are just for other women, that's cool, no problem. I need y'all, when y'all make content, just specifically say what team you play for, because this is nonsense, dog. I done heard men say a lot of stupid stuff online, and I've covered that, a lot of stupid stuff online, but these videos by far are topping all of that. This is crazy. This is so basically, for those who don't know anything about comic books, Bane is a character that basically broke Batman's back, Bruce Wayne, right? Bane was made, from the story that I can remember, that I'm trying to recall. Bane's father had a prison sentence to serve, and when his father couldn't finish that prison sentence for whatever reason, they took Bane at the age of, I think he was like 6, and he was made to go into prison and to serve the rest of his father's sentence. So you mean to sit up there and tell me that this is, in a sense, what you would implement? This is where you're trying to go, specifically with this type of nonsense. I want people to understand that because of women like this is why you would have men out here voting against ever having a woman as a leader. Because you have fields of women on social media to just really make people pause and just stop and stare and just be like, why would you say something like that? Like, are you serious? Like this is insane. And I promise you, she would more than likely, like she said, all the men, and that's also including the young boys out there, they have to prove that they're innocent. They're guilty. As soon as they're born, they are guilty and have to work their way out of the prison in order to, be free. But if you step out of line, you're going right back in. You could have, let's say that for her, you could have just had an argument with a woman. Oh, that's disrespect. We're throwing you right back in prison. Now you got to work your way right back out. What, brother? Brother, this is insane. This is insane.
I don't have time to deal with that. Okay. And I don't have time to look at the state of the world and understand that I'm one of the contributing factors as to why it is the way that it is, because I don't give a what boy moms say. Your parenting style is never going to outparent what patriarchy teaches boys. It's never going to outparent the patriarchy. There is the moment that boys get around other boys that have already been indoctrinated by patriarchy, that's when you're going to lose your son in most cases. The patriarchy is going to start raising your son. If you already haven't indoctrinated him, which for most boy moms, you've already indoctrinated them with patriarchy teachings anyway. But once they get a friend group that also uphold patriarchy, they want to be a part of a community. Boys want to be a part of a community, and boys care a whole lot about what people think about them. So they don't care. They're going to do whatever is necessary to be able to be a part of a community.
So wait, let me get this straight. So you mean to tell me men are the only ones that care what people think, right? You got men that's walking around here obese. You got men that it ain't taking baths. You got men that are just unkept, holy shirts, holy draws, and everything. So you mean to tell me that out of all people directly out here, men are the only ones that really actually care? I'm looking at a whole bunch of men out here that don't actually care, even on social media. Like they got the classic nacho stains, they got the computer chair, and they're just sitting up there typing away playing some World of Warcraft. And might have like some rodents and roaches like rolling around while they're on a live stream. And you mean to tell me that men really care about what other people think, but yet they're living like that and showcasing that directly to the world? Nah, brother. See, this is where the projection comes in, because this is the type of woman. Because again, look, she got a little bit done up. She got her vanity light directly on. She made sure that her face and everything was moisturized and her hair was propped up a certain type of way. Why? Because she cares about the perception, about what it is that she's giving off and what it is that she's showing to people as she is making this delivery. So you're looking at projection happen at this moment in time. The same person that says that only men basically care, that's a straight lie. Because I promise you, when she goes out with her girls, she's getting dolled up. She's getting dressed up. She got the best perfume. She got the most expensive dresses, probably got some red bottoms and all this other type of stuff and yada, yada, yada. But it's like, if you don't care about what people think, you really should not be trying to dress expensive. You're dressing expensive because you want to sit up there and show out to other people that you really got it, that you really made it, and all this other. Brother, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, projection. It's only because Mo said it there and put it in the comment section. Yeah, it's crazy. This is wild work.
Even if it means putting other people in harm's way. And that is not something, no matter how great you believe that your parenting is, you're not going to be able to outparent that. Once they get that approval from upholding the patriarchy from people that they respect more, because at the end of the day, I'm sorry, boys are always going to respect other men before they even respect their own mother. So they don't give a They don't give a what they've been taught by their mother. They can do the worst thing in the world. If a man respects what it is that they're doing, they're going to do that deplorable act. They're going to do that heinous, terrible crime to get the approval for a man, because patriarchy is always going to trump everything else. They're not going to give a about you parenting them, you disciplining them. As a woman, they're not going to give a. It's quicker gratification for them to do something terrible and get the approval from other men than to satisfy you to make you feel like you're a great mother.
So all of the main, so Jack the Ripper was like, yeah, I'm going to start just like slaughtering people over there in like Europe or the UK, and I'm doing it for the approval of other men. What, brother? What are we talking about? What is this? So we just got like violent men killing groups directly out here, and they're just on like Telegram and on TikTok and Twitter and YouTube, and they got these groups, and they're just out there, talking about what it is that they did so that they can get the approval and validation of other. I ain't never in my life heard this type of foolishness up until right now. I swear I ain't never heard this type of foolishness. Like this is 1,000% wild. Like what even is this? What even is this? What, like, she's stating everything from Philly. This is why she was looking around, because she was trying to remember stuff and piece it together from little bits of information that she read here and there. Now she could have been reading books, but she was like, this is talking about men are bad. Let me grab this. Another one, men are bad. Oh, this article, men are bad. The study, men are bad. Oh, these stats, men are bad. Other women said men are bad. Gay men said men are bad. It's like, you have to be kidding me, dog. Like, yo, there should be like warnings attached to like content creators like this. Like I said, I weep. I especially weep for the young men out here. They got to deal with the women that are going to grow up listening to this. And I also weep for the young women that are going to come into contact with this type of negative rhetoric that women like this want to specifically place out there, and think that this is some type of lesson book for the young women or the young girls directly out there. This is crazy. This is how you're not going to have. This is how you're going to have like a nice few generations of these young girls growing up to basically hate men and young boys directly out here, right? So if anybody wanted to worry about the population, whoever's doing this, like the government, CIA, whoever it is, yo, let me clap it up. Y'all are doing it. Y'all 100%. Y'all got this, and it is going to happen. And at the end result, when everything is falling apart, you know what's going to sit up there and happen? They're going to turn around and be like, oh, well, it was men's fault to begin with. That's all that's going to happen. People like this are not going to be there to take responsibility, to be accountable, to acknowledge what it is that they allowed or helped to progress or to further on. Like I said, none of this is solution based at all. Everything that she's talking about is specifically from emotions. It's like some word of mouth type of thing, and dealing with carrying on the traumas of like other women and yada yada yada, and wrapping that directly around and just blah, on screen. That's it. That's all this is. Like, yo, this is so crazy. And the funny part is, I got one more. I got one more in me, coach. Got one more in me, coach. That's if I can actually find it. Now, if I can't find it, be like that, and maybe it's for the best, right? Maybe it's for the best. But we're gonna let me see. It's 49. No. It should have been this week, correct? If I scroll. Okay, yeah, scroll down. Let me see. I should have one more from this woman here. If I can find it. Like I said, this is just bad all the way around. It's just bad all the way around. I do have it. Let me see. I gotta go into the background so I can just. I'm not even going to add the subtitles directly to it. I'm not even going to worry about it or be concerned. Like I said, people can have like their opinions. Again, like I told people before, I happen to edit the actual socials of the person, because I understand how, because again, I understand how people decide to directly talk and all this other type of stuff. And I'm not trying to be blamed for what people decide to do off platform. YouTube acts kind of weird with a lot of those things, unbeknownst to a lot of people, because some people don't understand how a lot of these platforms move and work. So, I'm just, putting that directly out there. We got one more. Here comes a new challenge. We got one more. I got one more, me coach. Just give me a quick second. I gotta add some little blurs directly there. Let me see. Make sure. Do it like. Gotta zoom that. But yeah, let me know what y'all think while I'm sitting up there doing this at the moment. Make sure I get this as close as possible. Okay, that's the switch right there. So then that one right there will be here. So yes, just in case anybody ever wonders, like, yo, Seiji, why you never, give us a link and all this other that's why, because a lot of people don't know how to actually just, conversate. People want to start talking real crazy sometimes. And I'm not trying to be responsible for that. Just gonna be real. Like I said, people talk to me crazy. Like I said, I disagree with this woman all day long and and everything of the sort. But I ain't about to sit up there and pull up to her platform and start talking, crazy stuff. And that's what I told y'all before. Even what was the other woman that was up here on YouTube? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Yeah, I try not to, say people's names and stuff directly up here, but the other woman, quote unquote black, I think she does possibly have a child. She said a lot of things about black men over 10 years, and she says some horrific things. And even still with that, I'm like, all right, well, I horribly disagree with that very ugly opinion. But I'm not about to sit up there and go directly over there and whatnot or whatever. It's crazy. It's diabolical in nature. Shan was like, oh my God, if you open one more Seiji, it better be to uplift black men, because this show put down black men so much. Hey, Shan would be like, trust me, I understand how you feel. It took me a while to basically build up armor in order to deal with this type of content and to just be able to hear and listen. Because that's what I told a lot of dudes directly out here before, that when you happen to hear or listen to any of this content directly out here, you got to work on not, in a sense, taking it directly so to heart, because that, again, that's the thing. That's the words. The thing about when women speak, women have the ability to de-atomize. They can just slice atoms. It's not surface level type stuff. It's on a almost like a quantum level, how women can speak and how their words actually affect. So you gotta try to build up a tolerance when you look at a lot of this stuff. You gotta sit up there and build up a tolerance, because I told people before, it got to a point listening, like never having any type of emotional feelings about stuff either way. Listening and staying directly on those platforms is just trying to get the insight and trying to understand them. You will start to grow resentment, because you're hearing them resenting you. You hear them basically, hating you and saying all of these things specifically about you, even though they don't know you. This is what they're saying towards you. So as a black man, it makes you feel a certain type of way. So again, I understand how people basically feel when they hear and see the content that I put directly up here. But that's why I said before, like, this stuff needs to be talked about, and it needs to be placed out here so that people are made aware, so that this stuff can stop being directly out there, because it's not helpful to any of the situations out here, especially when it deals with the black community. All you're dealing with is basically hurt people, and it's going to be a never-ending vicious cycle, and it's going to get people nowhere. Everybody's going to sit up there and lose, and this is a battle that we don't need to sit up there and lose. But It'd be like that. Monta says, so it's basically rage bait low key. I mean, I guess even though they're 100% dead serious about this, when it deals with black men, they're 100% dead serious. Now, I don't know what to tell you. When they're speaking about other men, I don't really believe that they're being real about that. But when it deals with black men, they're these types out here that you see directly in front of you, they're 100% serious. 100% serious. Like there is no mistaking that. I've heard it too many times over the years and the decades out here. Too many times. RS said that this is embarrassing. Frankie said, I feel insulted for BSM. She insulted everybody, including herself and the women in her family. Gail said, Seji, the ads are going crazy. Oh, you must be talking about on the other one. Yeah, it'd be like that. Yeah, it'd be like that. I mean, we're actually on two channels at this moment in time, so I'm not sure. I think you may be on the original channel, possibly, or the second channel. I'm not sure which one, but yeah. Mon said, I agree. Some of them be serious, but others go for clicks and views while causing irreparable damage. Yeah. And that's the other thing that I talked about as well, that you have, like, it's crazy that I've seen some women out here who speak all of this type of venom towards and about black men, and then at the same time they're with and or married to a black man. And I'm like, so you found your promised land and you're with a black man, but you're causing other black women or want other black women to be single and to not be with black men. It's like, I'm a little bit confused, but it's like, I'm not confused at the same time, because I understand, as I told people before, that you got a lot of women out here. You got other women that will prey on other women and their emotions and use those emotions against them in order to profit and make money. Again, this is a topic that, I've talked about before, but you can't tell people nothing because they don't want to listen. Most of that now you got 4 streams going. Yeah. I'm streaming from both channels. Gotta, we gotta do that. Gotta do something different every once in a while. Gotta give people, differences. We got the vertical, we got the horizontal. We gotta do something different. So this will be the last one here, right? So let's take a listen to what she said in this one, right? And again, this is the same person that says that only men out here seeking validation from like men. We're the only ones that do it, but yet she comes directly up, dolled up, fresh faced, lipstick and all that, when it deals with these videos. I forgot I got to take down the video. My bad. Let me take down these. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I got to take down. Yeah, I can take down her previous video. Do that. Luckily, this one ain't that long, so we are good.
For this video to make sense to you, you're going to have to be smart. If you are not smart, you need to scroll the fuck away. If you are going to type with your emotion, scroll the fuck away. There has been a large discussion about andropause, and as someone that works in OB-GYN and was in bodybuilding that actually took testosterone, we have a lot to unpack here.
So I just want y'all to pay attention. She said that she was a bodybuilder, right? And on her profile, it shows that, she did do, some lifting and stuff like that. But she stated the thing that a lot of men already knew, that women are taking drugs in order to get this type of strength, because naturally you're not going to find women out here with the same muscles as men. Like, it's just, no, you're sitting up there, you're on gear. You're on a variety of things in order to obtain that muscle. The only difference is it technically affects your body differently than what it would when it deals with men. Well, let's keep going.
Andropause is the decline in testosterone that men start to experience at the age of 30. Decade by decade, they have a decline in their testosterone. This causes things like anger, irritability. It causes a lot of frustration in men when they are having their testosterone be reduced as they get older. What we are not talking about is the fact that this is an evolutionary sign that men were not created to live that long.
And this is the part where I'm going to tell you that it's going to get worse from here. You already heard what she said, that men were not meant to even be here because our testosterone levels basically drop. So that initially already tells you genetically and evolutionary that we just were not supposed to be here. We're only supposed to be here for a finite, determined, specific amount of time, and that the planet is pretty much supposed to be all women. Right? So here we go.
In Neolithic times, men came in and they were summoned in to procreate, and they were unalived after they facilitated in that process.
Amazons?
If you look in the animal kingdom and other species of animals, this is a common thing. Male bees die after they end up mating with a female bee. A female spider unalives the male spider after they have mated, because men are only here for this reason. This is
So so let me just put the caveat in there. Notice how she didn't want to talk about the male seahorse and how it is that the female seahorse gets the male seahorse pregnant, and that the male seahorse has to then, have the whole incubation period, and then he releases the baby seahorses. Notice how she didn't want to throw that in there, because that would have just dismantled her whole argument about how long men are supposed to be here and what their specific role is supposed to be. Yeah, funny how people just skip over those things. But let's continue.
also why men that self-delete, this usually happens around their 40s. I believe they say anywhere between 45 to 66 is the peak amount of time where men self-delete. This is also where we come into the discussion of us having a male surplus. This is also the reason why statistically, to this day, men do not live as long as women. Because the amount of men that you see today and the amount of longevity that they have today is the action of men artificially creating things to have them live longer. Marriage was one of the number one things that was facilitated in place to allow men to live longer. I just read a study today that showed that when men sleep next to women, they have lower blood pressure, they have lower instances of depression, they have lower instances of anxiety. Women have the same thing when they sleep beside a dog.
So for the women out there, if a man ever states in an argument or a conversation that women might as well be with the dog, or whatnot or whatever, I want you to understand that she's part of the reason why. She basically compared men to dogs. She said that there's realistically no need for men to even be there, because realistically women get all the benefits from being with animals. You can take that how you want to sit up there and take it. To me, it sounds kind of farmish, how she's presenting it, and I'm not really sure if she really fully thought out the implications that people could look into, or how to apply that, because there's some women out here that really love man's best friend, and I've covered stories like that before. And again, she's saying all of this with that straight face, and women out here are believing it. So when men sit up there and say that women will make and enable other women to be single, this is what we're talking about. Let's continue.
Not a man, a dog. So women have less anxiety, lower blood pressure, lower cases of depression when they sleep beside a dog. The reason why men are able to live as long as they do is because of the life force energy that they have been able to suck out from women from the beginning of time.
Really?
Men were never supposed to be living as long as they are living now. Men were not supposed to be living past 30. This is where we go back into their androgens decreasing by the time they turn 30. They not only have a biological clock, They have a life existence clock. Testosterone is the main core hormone to make a man a man. They don't have other hormones in surplus like women do, with our progesterone, our estrogen, our small levels of testosterone. Which is why men have to have a cycle that is 24 hours. They're only really working with one main hormone, which is testosterone. It's like you brushing your teeth every day. The reason why you need to brush your teeth every day is because you're chewing food, you have bacteria, germs, you have a lot of things that are happening orally where you would need to have that reset. When your body only has one main hormone to work off of to keep everything intact, it has to work harder to be able to keep it together because that's all that it has. So when men do not have this as they get older, it causes a lot of issues for them. These issues were eradicated by unaliving these men very early in life. Because testosterone is good for one thing and one thing only. It is the fertilizer to the egg to be able to create life. The male is not needed in any other capacity outside of that.
There we go again. There we go again. You got the same woman sitting up there speaking to A. So let's go back this, right? So the previous video, she said that men are needed to raise the male children. But how are you going to raise a male child if you're dying at 30? If your only existence is 230? They had a movie about that from back in the 70s where everybody every day was pretty much a party and they would have this big celebration because people are pretty much going to, be put out, by the time that they're 30. They don't allow people to live past 30. And that went for the whole civilization. So it's like, what are we talking about? You want to say that men are supposed to be there to raise their kids, but how are they going to be there to raise their kids if they're basically done at 30? Are you having, children earlier? Like how is that specifically, working in that instance? And then if every man is supposed to die at 30, how do you think that civilization would have even evolved to the point that we currently have it, where you got the houses, you got the homes, you got the skyscrapers? So what, men are supposed to just like speed up very quickly and just like build things like a spider web? Just like that's not how tech works. That's not how tech works. We at least at this moment in time, I'm not saying that they might have had secret technology from like back in the Roswell days, but we just now have openly 3D printed homes that you can do, 3D printed buildings. Like, so like, brother, what are you even talking about here? Like this is just so
Your protector, your provider were artificial titles that were created to give men a place in society, to give them value in order to be attached to women that had to have resources robbed from them to have them live longer. It is not a coincidence that married men are the happiest and they live longer. Because without the life force energy of a woman, they would be dead a lot sooner. Because their body is not supposed to be here for a long time. They are not supposed to be inhabiting the earth after their genes have been passed down.
Like I said before, it is wild to know that fields of women subscribe and follow women like this. That is wild by itself. This is like basically the straight Amazon theory, right? Man, we procreate, and then after everything is said and done, we get rid of you. We'll treat you. We'll do you like how the praying mantises do the male praying mantises. We'll just get you and pack you directly on up. The other thing that she refused to actually name is that there are female, I think I want to say it should be female spiders or centipedes, or maybe just the centipedes, that will sacrifice their bodies for their young. That's their purpose. After those female insects get pregnant, they will hold on to the babies to a point where the babies will start devouring the mother. They will literally do that. And I watched a time lapse video directly of that. So I'm like, she would have to explain that to me. Like, why would that even be the purpose? Like, if women, if you're talking about women of all species and this, that, and the third, it's crazy how you can cherry pick certain things, but you don't want to go over all over the different species that are specifically out there, where the end result for the female species is not looking too good. It's not looking too hot. Like I said, you got turtles. You got tortoises directly out there living like 300 to 400 years, male tortoises. And correct me if I'm wrong, there was a male tortoise that was in captivity. I think it was a giant tortoise. And he was able to be around for so long that by himself, he helped to get his population out of extinction. So it's like, again, by her work, like everything she stated was stupid. Like this is just ridiculous. Like this is crazy. For the troll that's in the comment section sitting up there talking about like both sides of this argument, they don't know what it is that they're talking about. You just got here. Let's try that one. Let's try that one. You just got here out of a 4-hour and 28-minute live stream, and you think that you spitting something. You think that you're really putting something down. You ain't putting nothing down. You're not putting nothing down. And it's crazy. Like I could have sworn I mentioned things about like the male seahorse, but you're talking about like both sides don't know what they're talking about. I guess I'm incorrect. I guess I'm incorrect about the male seahorse. I don't know what I'm talking about. Let me pull back. I'm sorry. It's actually the female seahorse that gets pregnant, and she has to hold on to the kids, and the male seahorse just like skips. He just skips town and does whatever it is that he wants to do. That's wild. That is wild. It's crazy to just get here and try to say that people are wrong when you didn't even hear the whole conversation. You came here in like what, the last 5 minutes? Literally. If I go directly back up here, let me see here. Let me see. Yep, you came in at 7:34. So at least from the comment section, you only been here for about like a good 4 minutes, because it is now 7:38. You've been here for a grand total like 4 minutes. And this is where we're at. That's wild. That's wild. These pieces out here and how people be thinking these things up is diabolical. And yeah, Gail said male penguins be the main caretakers. Yeah. Didn't want to talk about that though, but she's basically saying like, yeah, there's no need for the males to even be here. Get them out of here. It's like, just procreate, and then the women will do it. But I could have sworn that women were out here sitting up here saying that it is unfair that women have to solely take care of the children and all this other type of stuff. But then when you got men out, you got species of different, males out here doing this, it's like, we're not paying attention to that. We're going to ignore that because that doesn't specifically fit the narrative that we're trying to spin directly out here about how it is that men are not needed. So again, on one end, from the previous video, she said that fathers are needed to raise the boys and women raise the girls. Again, putting women in the whole predicament of being mothers when a lot of women say that they don't want to be mothers. And now in this video, she said that men are not needed in any type of capacity, especially when it deals with raising kids. Just go out there, get the women pregnant, and then you're just no more. Woo! Wild. Lord have mercy. Yeah, D-Money. Yeah, that's another one too. Finding Nemo, the clownfish changes genders. Yep. Yes, indeed. It's crazy work out here. Sam was like, you got 5 seconds to answer. What are the wrong points? Or you're getting the troll treatment. Oh, man. Diabolical. Frankie said, I came in to peep and couldn't believe what I was hearing from that woman. Yeah, she said a lot of stuff. I've covered videos. Like even last year, I was covering quite a few videos, of opinions that she's innocent stated. But, like I said, people are free to their, own opinions. Just note that these are not the types of people that you would want to be in power, because you're not going to have sons. If they have it their way, if she was like a geneticist, oh, it's over. if this woman even had a mind for science and she had the exact same opinions, oh, it is over. I promise you, she would be the mad scientist out here secretly working for over 50 years to dwindle down the population of males directly out here. I promise you, I would bet top dollar that is what she would be doing. Like I said, it's man, yeah. But like I said, shout out to the government. Shout out to the CIA, FBI, or Interpol, whoever it is directly out there, MK Ultra, whoever it is that has programmed a lot of these women directly out here to pull up to the scene and leave messages like this on social media and to feed this trash to the younger generation directly out here. Never at any point in time would I sit up there and say that women are not needed. That's just stupid. That's just stupid. And at no point in time would I sit up there and say, like, yeah, I want to sit up there and live on a planet where it's just, oh man, yeah, we just out here, yeah, just flexing. Yeah. No. It's like, are you crazy? Not trying to sit up there and do that. No. But on the other end, you have fields of women that will say the reverse. They'll be like, oh yeah, I would love to be on a planet full of all women. It's like, yeah, I love women and da 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 and all this stuff. I'm like, okay. Like I said, I don't watch enough television shows, and I've seen reality TV again, and I've seen how women have treated other women, even in real life. I've watched how women treat other women. You got that, coach. Like I said, let be out there with a whole bunch of like Krishan rocks. Go right ahead. It's gonna be a knockdown, drag out every single day. Like ain't nobody gonna have no peace directly about here. Like I said, people keep making it seem like without men, there would just be peace on earth. That means that you shouldn't have military. You shouldn't have no form of military at all. You shouldn't have no type of form of nuclear armaments. You shouldn't have no type of weapons. You shouldn't even have police. Realistically, technically to the point, you shouldn't even have firefighters. Because, men cause everything bad. Men cause fires. So, if men are gone, you should realistically have no fires. Right? Because people always say, women are smarter and women are far more capable and this, that, and the third. So that also means that, with all of the building and stuff, that the buildings should also be, safer. There should be no car crashes. There should be no violent crimes or even crimes at all. It should be crime less. Crime should drop to zero. It should be the most peaceful place, in the universe. But I know that would not be the case. Like I said, I didn't sit up there and grew up in a household, and I've watched my grandmother, and I've seen how she talked to and treated, her daughters. And yeah, like I said, nobody want to have that conversation about how women treat other women or how mothers treat their daughters. Nobody wants to have that conversation, but everybody's like, oh yeah, peace on earth if women were ever in control. It's like, yeah, this is why men don't ever want us to be leaders, and have power because, we would just be ending wars instantly. Okay. We would get rid of nuclear arms instantly. Okay. We would automatically stop, every single country from trying to invade. Okay. You got it, coach. You got it. Not even gonna disagree with you. You 100% got it. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Like I said, if that was the case, you should have all female gyms. Again, I gave y'all information about what was it, Oregon, and how it is that they got this whole women's, similar civilization directly out there where it's solely dependent on women and only women can be there. Not even a male child can be there or even birth there. And even with that, they're facing the fact of a dying population because they cannot reproduce. They're again taken from Finding Nemo. What D Money said, they're not clownfish. They can't sit up there and decide to switch genders. But then, if you could switch genders, that would mean that you should technically be outside of that perimeter because that's problematic, right? Like I said, man, it's like I said, you could try to warn people and inform people of a lot of stuff, but people are going to have to figure it out for themselves. And at the end of the day, as you guys are able to see, somebody somehow will come directly through bots, AI, whatever it is, and try to basically say, you was wrong about this, yada, 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 all this other type of stuff and whatnot or whatever. Like I said, crazy work. Diabolical. Mm, 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 mm. That is crazy work. RS said women don't like other women like that. That's facts. Wait, Sham said accidentally left a hot pad on the stove, burned it, and it caught fire, which set the chicken grease on fire. Wait, I was frying, and my dad was so mad that he made me make dinner every night until I got it right. Yo, that is hilarious. RS said the single meet and greets in Atlanta, no men showed up, only women. And the crazy part is all of those women that was normally online talking stuff about men, they went to this meet and greet and they were shocked when dudes ain't show up. I mean, but you asked for this. You said that you didn't want the validation. You don't need men. Men don't need to ask you out or whatnot or whatever. So when men pull this is how it's really going to hit. What needs to happen is men just need to take a stand and be like, yo, what we're going to do right now is we're just going to take a break and we're not going to be funding anything dealing with OF. We're not going to be dealing with any of these Twitter accounts, and we're going to be staying directly out of these strip clubs. I want to see how the women are going to facilitate their livelihoods and their lifestyles if men specifically pull directly back. Because what I'm expecting, because men ain't needed, I expect for the fields of other women out there to start flooding into those clubs. I expect women out there to start flooding directly to those profiles, those my fans or OFs and all that, and make sure that those women are millionaires, right? But I know that's not going to be the case because I can look directly at the WNBA and see how women actually love and support other women. They don't. So again, it's crazy that this one right here is talking all of this rah 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 directly call for women, but yet at the same time, why aren't you supporting the WNBA? Instead of consistently bad mouthing and talking about men, why don't you support the WNBA, who still to this date has not come across a profit? The reason that the WNBA is still there is because the NBA is supporting it. It can't even stand on its own. Like that's how wild that is. But you got fields of women directly out here stating that we need things separate. You got sports that are separate, but women don't even watch those sports. The last time you really had a whole bunch of women watching sports was the whole thing with what was it, Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. That was the most that you saw a lot of women out here actually watching basketball like that. And especially of the female variety. Because other than that, they couldn't really name you female basketball players that they knew of. Just to be honest, they couldn't really sit up there and do it. Because those are not everyday conversations that you would hear women have. Like guys have everyday conversations about sports. We support by buying jerseys, football, memorabilia, cards, and all this. Women ain't sitting up there doing it. You got less than a 1% of women that may sit up there and do it. The rest do not care. But yet there's all this quote unquote love and support for women. That's crazy. It's diabolical. Ooh, that fake love is real. Let me tell you, it's real performative. Because that's what it's looking like, and that is exactly what it sounded like. Because if all of these women actually cared and they wanted to show that they cared, they would have facilitated all of this money that they're making and pushed it directly towards the WNBA so that those women can get paid the wages that they feel that they deserve. Because a lot of those women feel that, oh, we should get paid the same amount that a LeBron makes. Are you doing LeBron things? were you scouted back in high school and you automatically had a Nike deal before you graduated? Were you sitting up there making highlight reels and dunking and doing all of this stuff and going against some of the legends during the time on and off courts? Like, were you automatically just drawing people into a stadium and you weren't even playing? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, that's real crazy to say that you deserve the same thing that somebody else is getting when they actually work for it. You just want it because you see somebody else getting it. But you can't perform and do the exact same actions and put your body through the exact same hard work that they sitting up there doing. Like I said, even dudes in the NFL, you see how much they get paid, but you see how much work, how much energy, how they gotta batter their bodies in order to do that. Yeah. Like the amounts of bumps and bruises and falls that dudes be sitting up there like taking that be ending careers and you talking about like, yeah, we deserve the same money. You ain't even nowhere close to even dealing with any of that type of stuff. You can barely even get your family and friends to come directly to your games. You can barely even sit up there and sell out tickets. If you can sell out tickets. But like I said, women got love and support for other women out here, though, but don't support the WNBA. That's wild. RS said Shaq stepped in to help support the WNBA. That's great. And like I said, and you got a lot of folks out here saying that men ain't needed. How does a man have to step in order to support women? Shouldn't women be stepping up to the plate? That's wild. That's wild. The money was like, but they support trash like baddies. And I talked about that in a previous video, like Zeus Network. Ain't nothing positive dealing with women on those networks. But it's like you got women out there supporting it and throwing money directly out there and all this other type of stuff. You're paying so that these women can continue to showcase bad behaviors, something that is not women-like. It's real aggressive, masculine behavior. That's why I work. And that's back to the person that wanted to say that I think they tried to call me like weak or whatever it was during the live stream. Like I said, you got a lot of masculine women out here that be real performative on these internet and television streets for a few $1,000s. That's wild. Shan was like, what about women's safe spaces? Go to a women's shelter that is run by other women and see how they treat those women there. RS said, shout out to Clarissa Shields. Oh, yeah. Shout out to the quote. She is the greatest female boxer of all time. She is. Like I said, ain't no woman out here seeing her. Like I said, it's crazy. Anybody who has like pretty much called her out and wanted to pull up to the scene, she has beat them. And that is a gold medalist. Wild work. And then, the craziest part is, I ended up seeing a video on TikTok where you got some random woman from like New York that want to run her mouth about Clarissa Shields. And if you look at the dynamics, I already knew what it was. Clarissa Shields is a darker complected black woman, right? And she's a fighter. The woman that wanted to speak was lighter complected. I was like, color me surprised. But people up here always want to talk about, but black men, you guys are so texturous and colorist and this, that, and the third, and you don't love black. But nobody be sitting up there talking about when somebody like a Cardi B or other women out here be calling black women out of their names, be talking sideways and crazy to them. Talking about all types of hair, skin complexion, and all this other like yo, man. Like I said, it's crazy. Shem said they enforce the mothers who escaped within their baby to share the infant's can milk, and if they don't, they get kicked out of the shelter. Woo, that is crazy. I didn't know that. D Money said the NBA funds the entire WNBA. Yep. So let me put up what Sham basically put directly up there. Right. And then let me place what D Money posted. Sham said, I volunteer. I was volunteering for one and watched a woman with liver cancer in there survive a brutal fight by her husband. They couldn't even get her a cup of water to take her medicine. It's wild. That is wild. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. Like I said, I would have thought that in general, women who are in those shelters, they would be getting the 5-star treatment because of everything that they specifically went through. I would never have thought that women would have to, still face, a type of hardship, even with women being empowered specifically. Like I said, I don't know what to tell people. Yeah, there's a lot of conversations that need to be had. You got, some people that don't want to listen. You got the women like the one directly in front of you that just want to go, about a whole bunch of, other stuff instead of looking directly at women and how women sit up there and treat women, because she's like, no, it don't matter what women are doing to women. Men are the biggest issue and the problem. Sham said, no, sir. Those women are being harmed and mistreated by other women in those shelters. Yeah, I mean, and the funny part is, going off of what you just said, this is why I said earlier that people don't need to not get it twisted. Female prisons are just as dangerous, if not more, than male prisons. And but like I said, people want to make it seem like women are weak and women can't do things and whatnot or whatever. A lot of women are capable and have been found to have taken out men. So like I said, it's not difficult for a woman to sit up and do, because again, it's a woman. It's not difficult. A lot of dudes out here are stupid, so it's not that difficult. But you also said that the same women that will say all the stuff about women protection and women safe spaces and all men are bad are the same ones doing women terrible. Again, like, hey, this one I gotta throw my hands up and say, Jesus, take the wheel. you know, just throw hands up and let Jesus take the wheel. Like I said, it'd be like that. It 100% be just like that. But anyways, that's pretty much it. That's all I got for y'all at this moment in time. I'm actually pretty shocked that we went for about a good 4 hours, almost close to what, 5? Almost close to 5. Want to give much love, respect, and appreciation and shout out to any and all folks. Oh, let me check this real quick. Because the one thing that took place is that, again, I can't see when people throw things directly up there. So again, let me throw so the Curly Lock, shout out for the $5 dono. To Steve, shout out to the $5 dono. RS1, shout out to the $5 dono. Shout out, hopefully I said that correctly, because I feel like I just mumble that, but shout out to RS1 for the $5 dono. Shout out to Gail for who said Happy New Year's Eve and threw in 206 jewels, 60 jewels, my bad. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to Mo for the 10 jewels. Let me go through. Let me just make sure, because just in case if anything shows up on the other side, because I'm not sure, because again, I'm still a little bit new to this. Yeah, so it does show up differently. So shout out to Brandon World for the $2 dono, to the original Kaiden for $2 dono, and also shout out to Vincent Taylor for the $5 dono. Again, let me go to the other side just in case, because again, I want to give thanks and credit to those directly out there that come through and support the channel in a variety of ways. Again, also shout out to all of the members that are part of the channel as well. I wouldn't be able to do the things that I do, without you. Okay, I think that one is, I don't think anything might be on this one. Let me see. See, would I go to customize? Nope. What do I go to? Okay, gotta click this. And also shout out to those, again, part of the conversation. Let me see, fan side. Okay, nothing on there. I just got to check one. That's the only thing about this with running multiples, is that you got to go through and check all of them, one by one. Let's see. So yeah, that's it. So yeah, shout out to, on one side, shout out to the 10,408 that pulled directly through, and make sure if it's the same way on both sides. Shout out to the 159 on the vertical. I tried to shorten the terminology for vertical. Didn't sound too right. Shout out to you. Also, shout out to the 4K that pulled up to the earlier video that I posted directly to you guys as well. And also shout out to trying to go to the other numbers. Shout out to the 16,795 people that pulled directly up to the scene. So that's about a good 26K that pulled up. So, all together, much love, respect, and appreciation. And shout out to people. Also, shout out to those who are part of the conversation as well. Shout out to Mo for another 10 jewels in the comment section. What was this to say? It takes women like me to say something because these women out here be lying and acting crazy. Oh yeah, talking about Sham, yeah. Sham also said, also, fam, there will be a huge struggle for 2026. Be safe. Okay, careful of scams, stock up on canned goods, protect yourselves, careful of what you eat. It's going to be a rough year. Oh yeah. It's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very interesting to say the least, directly out here. And also I will have videos posted again for those who didn't want to go directly through a 4, almost close to 5 hour live stream. That will be directly up there, so you can have something to help you directly through your, work hour, 8 hour work shift, 9 hour, whatever it is. And we will, take videos directly from the live and have separate formatted videos for you to watch at your leisure. One of those will actually be up. I'm going to let this live stream rest for a little bit, and I will post that video this time. Let me actually make sure as I say it. I will have a video posted on SEIJIHITO, the second coming. So for anybody that's watching both live streams, SEIJIHITO, the second coming, will be that channel that you can go to and watch the other content directly up there. One channel is specifically live streams at this moment in time. The other channel is pretty much both, right? So as I'm doing this right now, I'm going to have this set for 9 so that you guys can actually see it. Because sometimes, I forget, and I get wrapped up in trying to find, other videos and whatnot and read articles. So as we speak right now, that video is already set directly for you guys, so I won't forget. Again, I'm trying to be on time, trying to have a better foundation on delivering, content directly to you guys. But again, much love, respect, and appreciation. Love you guys a lot. Love the, the conversation, interactions as well. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Order some food before it reaches, 12 o'clock. Watch some movies, some anime, get your feng shui in order, or read a book and jump on Steam or whatever game console you got, and play some games. So I catch you guys in the next video and or live stream. Peace out.